right? And they're guaranteed money. And then on top of that, you look at where the cap was in 2022 and where it's at now. So the cap has increased 30%.
They're going up.
The cap is dictated by the revenue generated from the league and the TV and all that stuff. So there's been a 30% increase in revenue earned per club. How is the revenue earned?
TV.
By the players.
From Outkick.com, I'm Jonathan Hutton for the Fox News Rundown.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Boeing could be facing another crisis. The company expects more than 3,200 union workers to strike at 3 plants that produce fighter planes. This after contract talks broke down over the weekend. The union says a cooling off period will prevent a strike from beginning until next week. Spirit Airlines is still trying to cut expenses and says it will furlough about 270 pilots and demote another 140 as it works to downsize its workforce to match its downsized schedule. The free tax filing tool created by the IRS called Direct File is gone. That's the word from IRS Commissioner Billy Long, who says he doesn't care about Direct File, but he does care about Direct Audit. He says he'd rather focus on making it easier for businesses and individuals to see where they are in the process while under audit. Direct File was established to make it easier for taxpayers to file their own tax returns without paying someone else to do it. I'm Nancy Lyons, Bloomberg Radio.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-355-8282. That's 800-355-8282. Again, that's 800-355-8282.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
You hear that? That's Mike, sleeping soundly on a Sunday night. That's because Mike was smart this time. He took ZQL Ultra to fall asleep fast, stay asleep longer, and get the deeply restorative sleep he needs. So now he wakes up refreshed and ready to conquer Mondays.
Let's do this Monday.
ZQL Ultra. Not for colds, just for sleep. Really great sleep. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Some things can steal your sunshine.
Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken.
Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Get ready to flex like the Fanatic on Tuesday, August 5th, when kids 14 and under receive a Fanatic Big Chain presented by Terminix as the Phils take on the Orioles at 6:45. Grab tickets now at Phillies.com. It's a Phillies family reunion, and you're invited. Join us for Toyota Phillies Alumni Night on Sunday, August 3rd, when the Phillies host the Tigers at 7:10. Get tickets now at Phillies.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. When we place our loved ones in a nursing home, we expect them to receive the best care. We meet with families who learn that their mothers and fathers, grandmothers and grandfathers have been terribly abused in nursing homes. Bed sores, malnutrition, broken bones, dehydration, and yes, even death. If you believe that a loved one has been abused or neglected while living in a nursing home, call us. The consultation's free.
Morgan & Morgan, 2005 Market Street, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Tuesday, July 29th. It is indeed Kayal and Company, right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps, and of course streaming live for your video viewing pleasure over on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210, the phone number, on social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Dawn Stenzlin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Omquist, Jimmy Kelly, our associate producers. Gonna be a hot Tuesday. Everybody enjoy that heat yesterday? Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Even hotter today.
Yeah, baby. Let's go to triple digits. What do you say?
Oh.
Can we get to 100? Do I hear 101?
Greg likes it hot.
Yes. Can I get a 102? Gregory.
Another slow news day, I see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
I'm glad we're
getting along and
slow news day.
Living life.
Just wanted to
Tipping
talk
Arnold
about
Pump.
things and yeah. No. We got
everything for you today, folks.
Yeah.
We got absolutely everything for you. We will obviously get into what happened in New York. I'm sure Dawn will have that right away in a moment with the news. Also, other stories that we will hit on today. The media's pivot to praising Trump from some of the names that used to criticize Trump. We'll get to that. Also, I want to take a deep dive into Gen Z and female Maha influencers.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. We've got...
Just going to say.
Yeah, we got a lot of young 18 to 29-year-olds leading the charge in the Make America Healthy Again movement. Also, I found this story. Pennsylvania has a monopoly on booze.
Yeah.
And it might be time to break it up.
Break it up.
The government.
Break it up.
Yeah.
What a shocker.
Yeah. Rolling Stone had a ridiculous article on the fear of concealed carry. So we'll kind of merge that into New York.
You will know, I'm sure, we'll get to this, but they're already blaming the assault rifle.
Right.
Yes.
The assault rifle that, look, New York has really strict gun laws, but that doesn't stop some nutcase from coming from Las Vegas across the country, bringing it here.
Yep.
So, assault rifles are the reason
Yep.
that 5 people in New York City are dead.
Yep.
Assault rifles.
Yep. Many layers to this. The media, mental health, guns, football. We'll talk about it all. Cut Sheet, Fight Club, and a whole lot more. Well, let's get to the news. Round number 1 at 6:02. The great Dawn Stenzlin.
And good morning, Kayal and Company News Live. Yes, this Tuesday morning, we're rounding out July 29th, and we are heating up to feel like temperatures of 105 degrees.
Feel like it's
feel like
ridiculous.
It's gonna feel. I know I have to say it because
it's just if it feels like 105, it's 105.
It is 105.
No, I don't care what the thermometer says or
I guess they add in your body heat, or because it's only what a human. It's really 98 degrees on paper.
Yeah.
But they're saying what it feels like to a human or a dog,
right,
or a kitty cat.
Yeah, it's like the how you want to identify crowd. Well, on paper I'm a man, but I feel like a woman.
It feels like an extra Gold Bond type day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gold Bond and ice packs.
A lot of sweatiness.
Yeah.
So we have that going on with heat advisories in effect through tomorrow. So be safe, baby, as we always say, full forecast. I'll start with this story because it's a story that is an active investigation as far as what they were calling last night a Midtown massacre. A gunman travels from Vegas to New York City and with intent to walk into a city skyscraper, some people in an office building barricading their office as he shoots dead four people, turns the rifle on himself, not the handgun, the rifle on himself. That's another unusual one. And one of those killed, an NYPD officer shot and killed by this deranged gunman who we're learning more about. And then as well, we have at least one person critically injured, others injured as well. So as far as the officer, he's identified as 36-year-old, married, a man of faith, father of two. He's identified as Didarul Islam.
Yeah, there
remembered. There he is at his desk.
Yeah, we have a picture of him.
Remembered as a dedicated family man, loved putting on the uniform, and mowed down by a suspect who turned the gun on himself. 27-year-old Shane Tamura. This happened inside 345 Park Avenue, as there was a news conference late last night led by current mayor Eric Adams, among other city officials, just saying what they know about this shooting.
We have a little bit of Eric Adams.
New Yorkers, this is Mayor Eric Adams, and I'm here at the scene of 51st and Park Avenue. Unfortunately, we had a shooting here with multiple injuries. The known perpetrator, is neutralized at this time. Those who are in the building, we're asking them to remain inside as police officers are doing a floor-by-floor search. We believe, again, the perpetrator is neutralized at this time. We're going over to the hospital to speak with the family and loved ones involved in this incident. We did have a shooter with multiple injuries at this time, but the perpetrator is neutralized.
Wow. I think I also read that not only, Dawn, did he have two children, Didarul Islam, but his wife was pregnant with a third on the way.
8 months pregnant.
His wife is, she's due any minute.
Oh, God.
So I was watching these news. I couldn't sleep last night. It was just, it's horrific. And so they were, doing dedications to the officer, giving updates, just absolute terror. But yeah, he's somebody who immigrated, a legal migrant, came to this country, proud American, proud New Yorker, hardworking. And in fact, he was in the NYPD uniform, which apparently they're allowed to do, but he was working an extra shift security, trying to earn money as he and his wife are expecting their third baby. They have two little boys, and they're expecting their third baby in just a few weeks. So he never came home last night, as well as obviously others who were gunned down by this guy. We're learning that this Shane Tamura, who traveled all the way from Vegas, worked security in Vegas. He was found with a note, because the question is, what's the motive here? There's a ton of speculation. I will say that they're claiming there are different police sources saying that, in fact, the suspect here, again, he turned the rifle on himself to his chest.
Coward.
He had a handgun they left in the car.
We have the picture of him. I wish we could see it so we could all point and laugh.
Yeah.
But there is
cowardly way out in the office corridor.
God. Ugh.
So somebody who was they're apparently citing NFL in writings. He had written a lot about the NFL. He was a star football player back in the day. I found a video of him online.
We have it.
Hey, we're here with standout running back Shane Tamira from the Granada Hills football team. Big 35-31 victory against Kennedy tonight. The battle for Granada Hills. Shane, just talk about you guys getting that win tonight. How'd you guys come through?
We definitely had to stay disciplined. We were down 10-0. We definitely had to stay disciplined. Our coach kept saying, don't hold your heads down, don't hold your heads down. We just had to stay disciplined and come together as a team.
Shane, a couple of touchdowns for you, including a huge one late in the game there in the fourth quarter with under 4 minutes.
Okay, that was probably a good 10 years ago.
Yeah, so he's somebody, this building houses offices. I mean, he was targeting the 33rd floor. The NFL offices are on lower floors, but was this having to do with the NFL? There are some hints to that this morning, that the motivation was obviously a mental health situation.
CTE.
Yeah.
That's what I mean, as a football mom, if I'm taking David to another, I've got him again this Friday, taking him to get different imaging with MRIs. So concussions, back injuries. This guy had major mental health problems. That's the report.
You're taking David for brain scans.
Yeah, because of all the concussions and everything.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
The concussions, you can't play around with it. And if you play football, I mean, if you play a lot of sports, but football especially, you're going to have those concussions. So I went there, I thought last night, this is because we know the concussions go hand in hand with mental health.
Mm-hmm.
You really have to watch it.
Yeah. The sad part is they can't diagnose CTE until after you're dead when they do the autopsy of your brain.
Yeah.
Which is what he said in the note, right? And he wanted to have his brain studied.
Yes. Yeah. So now they will. In all seriousness, an autopsy is being performed. So I know we'll get into it. We'll talk a lot about the coverage as well.
The coverage. Do we want to play the clip now, or should we wait till after the big take?
No, play it now.
Let's play this now, Aaron Burnett. Come on down, lady.
Who he is?
They do not know who he is. They know he is a male, possibly white. He's wearing sunglasses. He appears to have a mustache. And that picture has been distributed to every police officer in New York City, particularly has been sent to the phones of the search teams inside that building, because whenever they encounter a group of people, the first thing they have to figure out is that individual among these people hiding among victims or pretending to be an office worker? Because one thing you don't want to have happen is to have this kind of cordon where you're trying to evacuate people in groups as you can get them to a safe corridor and have this person slip out with them. So, yes, they have the picture and they have distributed it to everybody on the scene.
All right. John, stay with me. I know you're obviously getting information here in real time as we're talking.
So that was John Miller, the CNN chief law enforcement expert and analyst for CNN. There's also another clip of Aaron Burnett, which I just sent to you guys. We'll play it shortly. Both of them saying male, maybe white. Let me ask you something. If the identity of the suspect was different, would you ever hear CNN, Aaron Burnett, or any of the legal analysts or law enforcement experts say, male, possibly black?
Nope.
Male, possibly Middle Eastern? Male, possibly Hispanic?
Nope.
Male, possibly Asian? No. Possibly white. She is getting excoriated online. Where do you hear her say? She echoes the same thing. And Dawn, those pictures were out on social media very quickly. The fact that anybody would look at the picture of the suspect walking up the steps.
Do you have the picture,
with the weapon? I mean, how can anybody arrive at the conclusion that is male, possibly white? Male, possibly white. No.
Why, to your point, why even go there?
Yeah.
I mean,
because they have an agenda to push. White dudes and firearms. The whitey with the Second Amendment privilege. That's why CNN has gone off a cliff. That's embarrassing.
What's also amazing is how this guy look at him. He struts with this, rifle.
Oh, he double parked his car.
Double parks,
walked across the street.
My car already would have been towed.
Like
we were just in New York last. It would have been towed.
Like he was a DoorDash driver.
Yes.
I'm just dropping off food. I'll be right back.
Yep.
So,
Jesus.
I mean, there are many conversations across the country about the defund the police movement, and I know they have obviously contentious mayoral election upcoming.
Oh, Mom Donnie's got a huge history of tweeting about defunding police and abolishing prisons.
So that's all over social media. So how will that impact this tragedy?
Do you think? I was going to say, do you think something like this will wake up New York City residents and be like, maybe Mondami is not the best for this? I don't know. You know what I mean?
To some voters, not all. There'll be a pocket of people like, on second thought, Mamdani. On second thought, AOC.
Because we're already getting the assault rifle. It's the gun problem.
Right.
I'm sure the CTE thing is going to become an issue. So maybe not. Maybe it'll just be like, well, this is a one-off incident by a mentally ill person.
Within his vehicle, they found no explosives, but they found mental health medication.
Yes.
How do you make it a gun issue when the evidence of mental health is right in front of you?
Yeah, and it was by all reports this morning, and even last night, I will say, they had said that he has a documented mental health history.
Yes.
And so, and they released his badge that he had because he's worked security at a Vegas hotel.
There it is, yeah.
So there you see his Las Vegas Metro Police Department concealed firearms permit because he had the handgun in the car.
Yep.
So I know there's a lot here. I'll just say this, that the NFL's commissioner, Roger Goodell, he put out a memo to staffers that one of their own an NFL employee was, quote, seriously injured in the shooting. And so that's the surviving victim that looks like is, in fact, an NFL employee. So that's what they're wondering, if this was targeted as far as the NFL.
We have the Aaron Burnett clip.
Brian, stay with us. The former deputy director of the FBI, Andy McCabe, is with us as well. And Andy, I just want to ask you, you talk about a 44-story building, as Brian is reporting. And what John Miller just said, there were a few things that really stood out there. Among them that they do know what he looks like. Sunglasses, mustache, male, possibly white. And that they were already able to identify various parts of the building where they think.
That's all we need. That's all we need. He's on my.
Did you guys see the video of that office? Because it happened at 6:30 at night. So I guess the good thing is, I mean, if there's any light here, is that the building was mostly empty. There was only like 50 or 60 people there.
Yeah.
But did you see those guys barricaded themselves into the
in the office.
Every piece of furniture possible.
You can play the video, Phil. Yeah.
Looks like my house on moving day.
Put every piece of. I mean, it
was smart.
It was very
everything.
It's very smart. Yep. But they literally put every couch, every piece of furniture in front of the door because they're in that wide open office area, cubicle area, and there's no place to go. You know what I mean? So there's no place to hide.
Nope.
So they just barricaded themselves into the. I mean, it's scary that people have to do that, but my God.
On a Monday night in the summer at 6:30.
I know.
As you're getting ready to wrap up, maybe you're putting in some OT late in the office, and this happens.
Yep.
So we're continuing to follow this one, getting all the latest updates, but that's the latest from, in New York City. There's a story that is now making national news that happened in Philadelphia. This actually happened on Sunday. A couple from the suburbs goes out. They're engaged to be married. So a man wearing his Rolex, they're dressed up. They go for a fancy special dinner at the Ritz here in Philadelphia and drive from their home in Washington Township, New Jersey. So after a lovely dinner and a delicious dinner at the Ritz, they drive back home to Washington Township, New Jersey, not realizing that, in fact, two armed men were following them and were, tracking them, if you will. And so they were ambushed by two attackers wearing dark clothing, wearing masks. Gunmen pull out a Glock and put it to the man's head. He's speaking out, says he has a gash at the top of his head, blood running down his face. And they say, "Don't you move, I'll shoot you dead right here." So there is, in fact, a neighbor's camera, doorbell type camera, captured the fiance just screaming, and catches part of this huge investigation. We've heard of this before. There was a woman who was followed from a couple years ago from Center City to Delaware County. There have been other people followed from the burbs, but I haven't heard of these things, this profiling, if you will. And so it's a big story.
They were out at a really expensive
Ritz.
restaurant at the Ritz. Yeah. And these thugs who I'm sure we don't have a description of, possibly white, follow them home and rob them. It's just if you're driving like that, because they were going back to Gloucester Township, right, or Washington Township. If you're driving like that, do you
notice it?
Yeah.
No, I think that in today's society of distractions, largely to do with electronics in your vehicle, you're oblivious to anybody trailing you.
I'm paranoid.
If somebody follows me, if somebody goes down my road, which is a long road, if somebody follows me down my road, I'm like, man, this is odd.
I think it would take a long time of seeing the same vehicle behind you consistently on every turn before maybe the alarm would go off, so to speak.
And it also depends, because I don't know when they left the Ritz on Sunday. So think about it. They were in that parking garage. So that these people were following them. But then what was traffic like? Because it kind of depends on the traffic. If all of a sudden, but if you're, they live in a subdivision,
right?
If that same car follows you off the highway,
yes,
I'm driving past
Me
my
too.
house.
I am too. I am too.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. And I guess I would probably raise a red flag or two. Like if I leave here today at Market Street and go all the way back to Saucon Valley, and somebody was following me and I picked up on it, maybe something's up because nobody's leaving Market Street to go back to Saucon Valley.
That's true.
Except for Nick Kayal.
It's true. But even that, leaving Center City and going to Washington Township, which is not, it's not that far.
How far is it?
But
20
still,
minutes? 30 minutes?
Yeah.
It's like 22 miles, they said.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a decent distance. And somebody follows you and you're just, unless they weren't right up on them, you know what I mean? Like, unless they were far enough behind that you couldn't really see.
Yeah.
But,
Well, to your point, Greg's investigator, Detective Greg Stocker.
Thank you.
Sherlock Stalker.
So the Washington Township police chief was speaking out about license plate readers. So they were able to, because they know the victim's vehicle is a Mercedes, so they can track that. Then they look for a vehicle following it. So sure enough, they get that vehicle.
A white Nissan?
Which is a stolen vehicle.
No, shocking.
I know this is a real
Black
shocker.
Hyundai?
So they feel confident that they will get the suspect's description. They believe the suspects are from Philadelphia. They do have leads they're actively investigating, not releasing any suspect descriptions.
Shocking. We were 30 seconds into the shooting yesterday, and they were saying possibly white.
So weird.
With situations like this, it's like, well, we can't jump to any conclusions. It's men. It's men in ski masks.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no way to tell from ski masks. You cannot tell a description whatsoever.
Cannot tell.
No.
So we have two stories that I'll mention involving or related to the Philadelphia Phillies, and the first is sad news for former Phillies manager and Cubs Hall of Famer. This is Ryan Sandberg.
Yeah. Rhino.
I did not know that he had cancer.
Yep.
He has died at the age of 65.
Yeah, prostate. I guess they thought they got rid of it a year ago, and then it came back. Awful. Another legendary individual from my childhood. Dead.
Me too.
Awful.
10-time All-Star.
Yeah.
Who was obviously the national MVP back in the day in 1984, and he was just diagnosed with metastatic, I can't say it, metastatic prostate cancer, and that was just last year. So that's the more aggressive form.
Yep.
But if they catch that one early,
It's
that's
curable.
why it's so curable.
Yeah, and this is coming off of the news yesterday of Deion Sanders with bladder cancer.
Yep.
Yeah.
But he was able to get a bladder transplant, they were saying, for Deion Sanders. So they're able, that's amazing.
Yeah.
This press conference he had yesterday was amazing. Here, just play it since we're kind of off the rails already.
I depend on depend. If you know what I mean.
He depends on
Truly
depends.
depend on depend. Like I cannot control my bladder. So I get up to go to the bathroom already 4 or 5 times a night. But then I'm sitting up there waking up, like my grandson. We in the same thing. We got the same problem right now. We going through the same trials and tribulations. We we try to see who has the heaviest bag at the end of the night. It's ridiculous.
At least he has a good sense of humor.
Yeah,
about
he
it.
does. Yeah. This is after his amputation last year too.
My God.
Yeah.
What did he get amputated?
I think he had a couple. I want to say maybe a couple of toes.
Digits. That's
Really?
That's a diabetic thing generally.
Wow.
So they have to now. He has to be a spokesperson for Depends.
I
Like
was just gonna
Neon
say
Dion
that. I was
Depends.
just gonna say that. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know?
So bright you can even see him in the middle of the night. I just did the marketing
bless
for
him.
them.
Yeah, thank you.
You did,
I'll take a talent
Kayal.
fee for that.
So I know we're way over.
Yes.
We'll get to these new details on the reports of that heated exchange between our own Bryce Harper and the MLB commish, Rob Manfred, during a meeting that, started as a Q&A between the commish and the team.
Yeah.
Bryce.
Phil and Jimmy were in there with our handy-dandy audio recording equipment, and I think we have an actual clip here of Bryce to Rob Manfred.
Go yourself.
Exactly.
So I just, to me, the bottom line on this, and I know we'll get into it, we're way over, but the bottom line on this one is that this is coming. They want the salary cap as far as the MLB, and this is going to be a huge battle coming up in 2026.
Get ready for a strike.
Oh, my God.
It's been a long time since we've had a baseball strike.
1994 was the last one, right?
That's
Yep.
right.
Yep.
I think Castellanos was the best one, talking about, he was giving these analogies like, hey, it's about saying in your marriage and you're talking about divorce. If you're talking about divorce, that means, well, it's going to happen. You know what I mean? He was giving out these like words of wisdom.
Uh-huh.
And so it was like, oh my God, this is coming. So we'll get into all of that. I know that I don't have a sponsor for this hour, but we do have important heat warnings because Nick Kayal, for today and tomorrow, the heat is on.
That is right on. Already 82 degrees, going up to 98 in the city. Storms coming Thursday and Friday, so we have one more day of heat. It'll be 99 tomorrow. But then for the weekend, low 80s and sunny. Philly weather brought to you by MTRule.com, your Generac generator experts. That's MTRUHL.com. We'll take a deep dive into New York, all the different layers from the media to the firearms to mental health. But first, a big take when we come back on Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement $999.99 and qualifying ported. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay out via virtual prepaid card below 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
You know you have pride in your team when you offer a guarantee for the life of your roof. That's right. For decades and thousands of roof installations, the award-winning team at GP Martini lives for roofing. That's why homeowners trust GP Martini to protect their largest investment. Whether you're considering an asphalt, shingle roof, metal roof, or even a solar roof, you can trust GP Martini Roofing. Visit martiniroofing.com. There's probably a satisfied GP Martini customer in your neighborhood. martiniroofing.com.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992 today.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-207-4545. That's 800-207-4545. Once again, that's 800-207-4545.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Hi, this is Joe Mederchik, PNC Bank Regional President. People ask us, is PNC just a boring bank? Well, that depends. Is starting a business boring, or being the first person in your family to go to college? For nearly 160 years, we've done the hard and occasionally boring work of banking to deliver brilliant results to our clients. To see what boring banking can do for you, stop into any of our local branches right here in the greater Philadelphia community. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Oh, yeah, 6:30, Kayal and Company. Happy Tuesday to all of you as we get it going here. It's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. The cut sheet coming up at 7:45. Fight Club at 9:10 this morning. But right now, let's get down to a Tuesday Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, the big take. Is it a gift or a grift or maybe both? You know, it's not often that longtime media adversaries come out and admit that they are wrong and praise Donald Trump. But for those of us right of center, we usually have to settle for, you know, legacy media only criticizing the Democrat Party in a very mild manner when it becomes indefensible. But not the case in the last 48 hours, as many vocal, outspoken haters, detractors, and deniers of Donald Trump's political acumen have had to eat crow and do so publicly, from Bill Maher to Chris Cuomo to Chris Matthews. And they've done so on a variety of political topics, ranging from Epstein to tariffs to foreign policy to the bleak future of the Democrat Party that is currently in shambles, facing an identity crisis with no solution in sight. And when it comes to tariffs and trade, the reality is it's the economy, stupid. Bill Maher dropped the latest episode of his Club Random podcast, and he admitted he was wrong with Trump, trade, and tariffs. Listen and watch.
I remember along with probably most people, were saying at the beginning, oh, you know, by the 4th of July, somebody had to think how the country was, the economy was going to be tanked by then. And I was kind of like, well, that seems right to me, but that didn't happen. Now, it could happen tomorrow. I'm just saying that's reality. So let's work first from the reality of that, not from I just hate Donald Trump. Because that's boring and doesn't get us anywhere and leads you to dishonesty. Because the truth is, I don't know what his strategy is. But look, the stock market is at record highs. I know not everybody lives by the stock market, but I also drive around. I don't see a country in a depression at all. I see people out there just living their lives. And I would have thought, and I got to own it, that these tariffs were going to sink this economy by this time, and they didn't. So, how do we deal with that fact? Because that's the fact.
Yeah. It's one thing to be an opinionist and get it wrong. Your job is to generate revenue, Colbert, and ratings. It's another thing when you're dubbed an expert, though, or an insider, and you continually flop. Flopping and failing is one thing. Live F-bombs, mainstream media, that's another. The only person who is wrong more often than a meteorologist is CNBC's Jim Cramer. And of course, with the latest good economic news, he had a meltdown and had to drop an F-bomb on live television. Listen and watch.
Back to trade, do you think 15%, let's call it the tariff rate rise at that level, is not going to have an impact on growth?
There's a story on the tape right now. Tariffs already stunting world growth while markets shrug. That's the headline.
Our biggest problem is we have so much growth that the Fed won't cut.
What the
Jesus Christ. Oh my
God. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I take it right back.
Everybody,
I take it right back.
It's okay. It's okay. We're in the moment.
I take it right back.
It's just the way
I take it right back. That was bad.
It's cable with a ticker, as Joe Kernan would say.
I take that back.
That's right.
Unbelievable. Remember, folks, inverse Kramer rule is always in play and always applies. Whatever he says to do, go ahead and do the opposite. You'll end up doing just fine. But staying with policy and issues that matter, we move to foreign policy. Trump just made another pivot with Russia from 50 days down to 10 or 12. You may say it's his one glaring hole right now that he hasn't delivered on with what he campaigned on as far as peace globally. But is it hurting him politically? Hardly. Harry Enton of CNN with the data. Listen and watch.
Yeah, this one was a surprising one to me, given everything that's going on in Russia, what happened in Iran, what happened in Gaza. But the bottom line is Democrats in the American voters' minds cannot hack it. What are we talking about? Party trust tomorrow in foreign policy. Well, the GOP holds an average 6-point lead in the month of July. Look at this. Fox News came out last week, plus 3 points for Republicans on foreign policy over the Democrats. You think that number is not high enough for you? How about the Wall Street Journal? GOP plus 8 points when they match congressional Democrats up against congressional Republicans. The bottom line is this. Despite everything that's going on in the world right now, Republicans are more trusted on Democrats when it comes to foreign policy and the world at large.
And I think the American people know that Trump wants peace, but there's also a distinct reality that you need to be keen enough to realize that figures such as Putin, Zelensky, Bibi, and other Middle Eastern adversaries have a say in what ultimately occurs or doesn't occur. And then, of course, we get to the Epstein files. Another media pundit who used to verbally slaughter Trump on a nightly basis is Chris Cuomo of News Nation. But is this now a grift, or has he seen the light? He's not buying the left's heightened security and curiosity around the release of the Epstein files. Listen and watch this.
They had this information for a long time. I do not want to hear Bernie Sanders or AOC or Schumer or Jeffries or anybody on the left talking about Epstein, because they're only doing it for one reason. And it's not because of this righteousness of accountability for people who victimize kids. I give the MAGA folks who want disclosure that high ground.
He's correct.
Okay.
He's absolutely correct. It's certain MAGA media members who have been on this train for way longer than Democrats. And Trump was asked about this at Turnberry yesterday in Scotland. Here's what he had to say as he offers up what I've been saying now for over a month. Listen and watch.
Those files were run by the worst scum on earth. They were run by Comey. They were run by Garland. They were run by Biden and all of the people that actually ran the government, including the auto pen. Those files were run for 4 years by those people. If they had anything, I assume they would have released it. The whole thing is a hoax. They ran the files. I was running against somebody that ran the files. If they had something, they would have released. Now, they can easily put something in the files that's a phony. Like, as an example, Christopher Steele, a person you know well, happens to be from your country. But Christopher Steele, as an example, wrote a book, a dossier. We call it the fake news dossier. And the whole thing was a fake. The whole thing was a fake. They can put things in the file that are fake. But those files were run by bad, sick people. If they had anything, why didn't they use it when I was killing Joe and then he gave out because he was 25 points down? And then I got somebody new. Nobody even knew anything about her. She was a horrible vice president. She was a border czar, but she never went to the border. She never once called a border patrol agent to find out how we're doing. But she was the border czar. Her name was Kamala. Nobody knows her last name. It was Harris. But nobody knew her last name. So I ended up, how would you like to end up in a race where you're killing somebody, you're beating him, and then they say, all right, we'll take him out. He's not working. Let's put somebody else. And then she had a 6-week honeymoon. It was amazing. They predicted she will have a 6-week honeymoon, and she did. And then she got slaughtered. But think of it. Those files were run by these people. They were run by my enemy. If there was anything in there, they would have used them for the election. Yeah.
That was Trump yesterday in Scotland. Then you get to Chris Cillizza, formerly of CNN and the Washington Post, as we pivot to the Democrats. And we played Chris yesterday for you on the cut sheet. Here's what he had to say yesterday about the state of his own party. Listen and watch this.
People have no idea really what the Democratic Party stands for. And to the extent that they think they know, they don't like it. Right? So it's weak, it's woke, and it's anti-Trump. That's what people will say about the Democratic Party. That is not getting it done. 33% favorable in the Wall Street Journal poll, 28% favorable in the CNN poll. These are record low numbers. You cannot, if you were a Democrat, you cannot just say like, they'll take care of themselves. No, you are in a brand crisis.
Brand crisis. He's correct. Weak, woke, and anti-Trump. Raging about Sidney Sweeney in a Gene ad won't get you a midterm victory. He's spot on. Chris Matthews, who can go back and forth on Trump, echoed that sentiment. Listen and watch this.
To be honest with you, the country is moving towards Trump. I mean, these polls that come out and show him not doing well, I don't buy that. I think his strength is still greater than the Democratic strength. He is a stronger public figure than the Democratic people. I mean, Obama still has tremendous charisma, but Trump has strength. And I think that's what all voters look for. But they want a president who is a strong figure. And he's got it. And he can, it's just there. And half the country buys it. That's what I think.
Obama may have charisma, but he no longer has the stroke. He couldn't get Joe to the finish line. That's why they put Kamala in. He couldn't elevate Kamala to victory. The Democrats are running out of subjects to pounce on if Trump should fail on any issue. Can't say anything about the economy right now. Can't utter a peep about the border. They've lost the culture wars. Operation Resist is a failure. And the experts, they keep getting proven wrong. I would argue right now the Democrats are like a football team in a bad play at the line of scrimmage that refuses to audible into a better play. In fact, they're like a football franchise in dire needs of a complete organizational overhaul, a front office makeover, if you will, in search of their franchise quarterback. Whether it's the sizzle or the substance, they just keep sinking lower and lower in the polls. And even their former mouthpieces in the media have decided it's time to pivot. It's a gift to MAGA, and it could be a grift from these voices. But either way, it's a win for Trump, the Republican Party, and dare I even say the American people. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Big take, if you want to jump in, 855-839-1210, the phone number. We will get back into the New York City disaster from last night because God knows there's a lot to peel back from that onion. But just want to get Dawn's thoughts here on all of these different voices that we used to be subjected to during the pandemic, during the Biden era, where they made a living, a healthy living, big salaries, big contracts, even going back to the first Trump term from 2017 through 2020, that have now come out and said and basically had to admit and eat crow that they were wrong on Trump on X, Y, and Z subjects. And, oh, by the way, now seem almost as if they're trying to position themselves as somewhat moderate, or dare I even say a centrist.
Yeah, for President Trump, sometimes I watch him at these different various news events where they're called avails, where he's just available. And he's available at great length. And sometimes I watch this as just from a media aspect and think, I wish he wouldn't take, this free for all of questions. Why does he do that? I think part of the reason he does it is that he is having a constant conversation, not just with the American people, because he knows people follow these feeds, these live news feeds that every network has, but also the press pool themselves, because they look like fools. They've been played. And so by him constantly saying this over and over, just saying, look at what happened, look at what happened, look at what has come out. And just go back to Mar-a-Lago, the Mar-a-Lago raid even. Think about it. Everything that he said as far as what was going on has now come to fruition. And we see in this latest situation where CNN cut away from a live news conference of DNI. This was Tulsi Gabbard, a top government official. And the fact that they cut away and basically said, nothing to see here. She's just spewing the same old stuff that, she was talking about last Friday. That was incredible, and poo-pooing all of these reports. And again, it's your job in the media to cover it, look through the thousands of pages, right? But no one is refuting, even former President Barack Obama. So Obama made statements like, this is ridiculous and so on and so forth. Nobody is going through that report piece by piece, if you'll notice. Yep. And that's a red flag, and saying, look at this that they're releasing. Look at this, here's a lie. Nobody's doing that. Why? Trump knows that. That's why if you're wondering, well, why does he even talk to them? Why? Because he is with this press pool. They travel with him.
Well, and the moment he stops doing these availabilities, they'll start running with, oh my God, he's hiding. He's in cognitive decline. He's almost 80. What is Trump trying to hide? Like, honestly, after a decade of talking, I would be like, I've given you all I have. I don't need to keep giving you stuff on a daily basis. Find some. He makes their lives easier on the opposite side of the spectrum. He makes our jobs easier because he's a walking press conference everywhere he goes.
I would submit, I'll push back a little, Nick, only from the point, you're right, but as far as making their lives easier, no, it would be better if he didn't, because they know that it's all live. They know that, and that's the power nowadays of streaming and social media. They understand that the truth is coming out. The truth will prevail. And so they have to be very careful. And so in truth, I think part of the reason that they've called Trump, quote unquote, chaotic, it's chaotic for them. They don't get those long lunches and those long luxury the Biden administration, think about how easy that was for the media.
Oh, sure. Yeah,
right?
Right.
Because they could, they're done with their story by like 2:00 in the afternoon. He's napping, right?
Yeah.
You're done.
He goes down for a nap as soon as I get up from my nap. 855-839-1210. All right. So on the other side, let's get into this. And we're going to probably get into a couple of segments on this with what happened in New York City. We talked about the CNN aspect with Aaron Burnett, as well as the chief law enforcement expert, male, possibly white, maybe white. Let's get into the gun aspect, the mental health aspect, the big pharma aspect, and also the CTE football aspect, which apparently allegedly could be one of the motives here based on a letter left behind. It's Kayal and Company as we continue on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
At Virtua Health, we're redefining heart care.
Our heart rhythm team at Virtua is really working at the forefront of technology. There's constantly new advances.
Like cardiac clinical trials and breakthrough treatments for atrial fibrillation.
Treating atrial fibrillation with ablation and treating it early allows for the best outcomes for our patients. We can make a meaningful difference in patients' lives.
Virtua Health, here for complex heart care, here for good. More at virtua.org/here for good.
Filing Form 2290 again? VINs, weights, EINs. What a nightmare.
Not with 2290.ai, the first AI-powered 2290 e-filing platform. Just snap or scan last year's Schedule 1 and hit submit, even if you're on the go.
Wait, with just a photo?
Yep. Our smart platform reads, validates, and files it in minutes. With real-time AI checks and instant Schedule 1 delivery, you can stay road ready and file fast.
Whoa, I just got my Schedule 1. Already?
That's right. Whether you're a solo hauler or running a fleet, smart truckers use smart tech. Just go to 2290.ai to snap or scan and submit. Anywhere, anytime.
Powered by Zenwork. Use code RADIO at checkout for 20% off your first filing. Only at 2290.ai. That's 2290.ai. With code RADIO at checkout for 20% off. 2290.ai.
We didn't take to retirement like we thought we would.
We got bored.
So I thought I'd book a trip to Italy to celebrate retiring.
We didn't speak Italian.
We didn't then. We do now. Because of Babbel.
Babbel is the refreshingly easy-to-use app for learning a new language. With more than a dozen languages to choose, Babbel uses immersive lessons to teach you vocabulary and grammar in a way that sticks.
We set a goal for 15 minutes per day.
That's all we needed.
And Italy was just...
Bellissima.
That means beautiful.
In Italian.
From interactive lessons led by experts to conversation tips on real-life topics, Babbel's revolutionary teaching style keeps language in your head and easy to remember. Celebrating 15 million subscriptions sold. Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Here's a few questions for you from California Psychics. Do your workdays seem to go on forever? Is your career progression as fast as downtown traffic? Or does your boss still not know your name?
Hey, you, Tina, Lisa, Sheila, whatever. Get that report to me by lunch, okay? It's Carrie, ma'am. Just get it done, Terry.
It's time to read the career warning signs and talk to California Psychics. We're always on hand to give you the career guidance you need. You see, we only connect you with the very best. In fact, 98% of the psychics who apply to work with us don't make the grade. That's why we can guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. So you could soon be telling your boss where to stick that report.
Where are you going, Terry? Terry!
Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics. Call 1-800-PREDICT today and get 20 minutes for just $20.
For a complete list of Talk Radio 1210 WPHT's contest rules, go to 1210WPHT.com/rules.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
From Chester Springs to Clemington, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
6:50, Kayal and Company live on a Tuesday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. As we get back into the biggest story that is out there right now, the awful story that developed in the evening hours last night in New York City. Dawn will have news to kick off hour number 2. We obviously got into it a little bit on a entry level in the first round of the news. We looked at it from the media perspective. We've already roasted Aaron Burnett. Let's get down to the substance in this. We'll get to guns and specifically mental health in hour number 2, but I just want to start with football and CTE here as what could very well be a motive. Dawn has boys that have played and play football. I have played football as well. Soccer was smoking doobies in the men's bathroom in high school, but everybody had
playing the drums.
Playing the drums.
Yeah.
There you go.
Look where I am now.
Safer.
Exactly. So the NYC gunman, Shane Tamura, found with a note hinting at possible motive for the Park Avenue skyscraper shooting, according to sources. This is from the New York Post. The gunman who killed an NYPD officer and 3 other people in a Midtown office building on Monday evening was carrying a note that offered clues into his possible motive. Shane Tamura, 27, cited the NFL in the writings, which were found after he turned the gun on himself on the 33rd floor of 345 Park Avenue, a swanky skyscraper that houses the Football League's headquarters. They go on to say in the note, which was several pages long, Tamura blamed football for his apparent struggle with the neurodegenerative disease, chronic traumatic, and CTE for short, law enforcement officials said. Tamura, who fatally shot himself in the chest, also asked that his brain be studied in the note, according to the sources. The surviving victim appears to be an NFL employee, as the league commissioner Roger Goodell told staffers in a letter that one of their own had been seriously injured in the shooting. And this kid, well, not kid, but 27 now, deceased, wanted his brain to be studied after he died. I remember, and don't quote me on this, but I want to say it's roughly 20% of people that play high school football only, that stop after the age of 18, end up with CTE. Now, if you end up playing in the college levels or the pro ranks, obviously those odds increase. But I want to say it was roughly 20%. I looked this up years ago. And again, they can't diagnose you with CTE until you die. They take the brain out. They do the autopsy. If you actually Google brain with CTE versus without and look at the images online, you can see the noticeable difference visually in what a brain looks like with CTE. But I try not to live in this alarmist world. You know, every time there's a tragedy, every time somebody dies from cancer or I need to reevaluate my diet. Like, I don't get caught up in that. But this is a serious issue here that I think is probably understudied. And the NFL has tried to be more transparent about it, but they've buried it for years. And it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure this out. If you box, if you're a football player, the brain, how you get a concussion is when the brain bangs the skull. The brain is not meant to be banged into other things, right? That's why these things happen. But it's a risk-reward world that we live in. If you are really, really good at something and you think football might be your way out of growing up in poverty and getting a scholarship, and maybe you're in that 0.0001% that can make it to the NFL, but you might end up with CTE and live a shorter life, that's the risk-reward. Risk reward with everything, getting in the car, getting into traffic, drinking alcohol, eating McDonald's. This alarmist world needs to stop, because I guarantee you what's going to happen here in the coming days is you're going to have these people that come out of the woodwork again wanting to cancel football because it's not safe and it's dangerous and it can lead to yada, yada, yada. I try not to live like that. I think basically if you're a parent, you know, maybe you don't let your kids start playing football at 6 or 7, maybe wait until they're 12 or 13. But this would never be one of these things with me where I would say, no, you can't go do this because of the percentage possibility that you could end up with insert whatever, in this case, CTE. But I thought this was interesting, Dawn, because you're taking your boy for more brain scans as a football player.
He played football since the 4th grade. And so my criticism is that some high schools especially, when they practice, they don't do head-to-head. And so my complaint is they don't need to do that head-to-head. Nope. That's a big argument in the practices. And then as well with the helmets. Yep. They've gotten better with the helmets. They need to do better and get better. So I'm with you. Like, if your kid says, and your kid's good at this and they love it, we all have to live and let live. You can get CT. You could be in a bad car accident. But I think there's a lot more they could do, and I think we do have to be vocal about it. But I'm going to say this: he didn't have to have CTE. I have no doubt that all of his life, if he played probably since the 4th grade, he had concussions.
Sure,
concussions are right there with depression and mental health. They go hand in hand.
Mm-hmm.
If your kid has a concussion, watch it. They're going to suffer from depression, and you have to be all over it and make sure you deal with it properly.
I had 3 that I was diagnosed with.
Yeah.
That was in the 90s,
10.
which means I probably had 10 where there was other times where you bang your head against somebody and you start to see the little fuzzy things and you're like, ooh, it rang. Well, he really got his bell rung, right?
Mm-hmm.
And, back in, the 80s or the 90s, even the early 2000s, what was the mantra? You're fine. Here's a smelling salt. Get back in there, Bobby. Suck it up, right?
But then during the pandemic, the issue is these are kids, think about their life. And so these are all kids who were, especially in this area, the strictest COVID shutdowns in the nation right here. And so guess what? They could not work out. They were banned from the class. Even private schools like my kids are banned from the classroom for a time period. Private schools obviously went back much earlier than Philadelphia and all the public schools. But the sports, remember, under Governor Tom Wolf, who said that if his daughter still ran cross-country running, he still would have said they couldn't have. So for kids in sports in middle school, They were banned from sports. They were banned from school. So you're telling me that a kid now in high school who's loving the social life and being back to school is now going to give a heads up and say, hey, I think I have a concussion? There's no way.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's a huge problem, I think. Like for my son and his friends, it was the coaches or the assistant coaches, the trainers, they were the ones that saw the warning signs.
Yeah.
And even the teachers, because there are all these different, like, as you know, Nick, because you had concussions, bright lights, they're all different kinds of dizziness, your balance, all of that. So they were teachers and trainers in my son's cases and many of his teammates and classmates who said, we want to check you out for concussion.
Yep. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. News to kick off the second hour. And then we will get to the gun versus mental health argument with this story in New York. Despite the fact that prescription mental health medication and pills were found in the vehicle, the media and the left already saying this is a firearm issue. Hour 2. Stay right there.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up, like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Get ready for a gift from Rescue Natural Supplements. It's their Christmas in July sale. That's right, the season of giving is making a summer comeback with huge savings. That means all health supplements will be slashed up to 50, 60, even 73% off site-wide. So treat yourself with savings. Heart Healthy Omega-3s, natural energy boosters, soothing digestive aids, and a lot more. To order, call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a Rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com, res-q.com. Again, don't miss Rescue's Christmas in July sale. Shop savings up to 73% off natural solutions from blood pressure, cholesterol, to energy and sleep. Rescue's got you covered. Stock up for summer. Unwrap the joy of a healthier you. It's all at res-q.com or call 800-262-5483.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Save with Window Nation's best deal yet. Get 50% off all window styles, plus no interest until 2030. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com before July 31st. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
Yo, I want to get my wife something special. Bracelet, earrings, but not some cookie-cutter piece every woman's got.
Then step up to the 5th C, bro. Color, cut, clarity, carat, and Cozy.
Cozy Jewelers?
Yep, family-owned in Newtown Square. The team at Cozy handpicks and handsets every diamond. And if you want custom, they'll design it just for her.
Sounds legit. I want something that's really one of a kind.
Exactly. No mass-produced junk here. Just stunning, timeless pieces. Hit up CozyJewelers.com and their Instagram at Cozy Jewelers.
Step up to the 5th C. Cozy Jewelers.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement $999.99 and qualifying ported. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay out via virtual prepaid card. Allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
Fargo, your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Fargo is only available on the smartphone versions of the Wells Fargo mobile app. Wells Fargo Bank N.A., member FDIC.
Free speech in Philly on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
Mustard. It's Kayal and Company. 7:04 as we kick off hour number 2 here on a jam-packed Tuesday. Cut sheet absolutely loaded today. I believe Tuesday is Greg Stocker's favorite edition. Tony Bruno with us tomorrow. Jimmy Fala on Thursday. Sean Farish on Friday. 855-839-1210. We'll continue on with the big story out of New York City. Also, a couple of other stories to hit on if we have time. Even Gen Z influencers are saying, you know what? I'm on board with Bobby Kennedy and Maha. We'll get to that story as well. And The Simpsons in the news when it pertains to Donald Trump. I'll give you that coming up in a little bit. But right now, let's get to round number 2 of the news at 7:05. The great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning, Kayal and Company News Live this morning as we round out the month of July. It's July 29th this morning here on Kayal and Company News Live. And we are heating up 77 degrees already and heating up to 98 degrees. The city of Philadelphia has issued a code orange alert because not only is it going to be hot and the heat index or the feel like temperatures, as they say, exceeding 105 degrees, but we're under a heat dome, which means this heat, this oppressive heat, is holding in all of those particles and pollution in the air. So if you have any breathing issues, asthma, elderly, babies especially, you want to be careful about spending too much time outdoors, and that's through tomorrow.
Out with the heat dome, Dawn. In with the iron dome.
Yeah, right.
As long as we don't have to finance it.
I know, right? Well, we got to pay for everything, unfortunately. We've been talking this morning. Obviously, the big story nationally is what they're calling a Midtown massacre. And following that story, tributes to the hero cop as he's being hailed. Pregnant wife, 2 little boys, and his wife weeks away from giving birth to their 3rd child. Learning more about that with the suspect dead. 1 NFL employee who is in very serious condition in the hospital, the sole survivor of the shooting, and 4 others killed. Gunman turned that rifle on himself up on the 33rd floor. So a lot of conversations about that this morning as we learn new information. And then long-term looking at the consequences of this. Will it impact their mayoral race? We'll talk about all of that. A couple returning from Philadelphia after a romantic evening at a swanky restaurant, the Ritz. It's a park in the Ritz here in Philadelphia. Drove more than 20 miles home to their beautiful home in their Mercedes convertible, living their best life on a beautiful evening, drove home from Philadelphia only to be stalked and followed by masked armed robbers who held them up at gunpoint. And the man who's identified as Frank Manfredi and his fiance terrorized and terrified by this as their lives were threatened. So this is an active investigation that takes us with Philadelphia police working alongside Washington Township, New Jersey police. And we know that one of those suspects not only held up Mr. Manfredi, with that Glock to his head, but struck him in the head twice with that Glock, made off with his $30,000 Rolex watch and his wallet. And so it sounds like the Rolex, we've heard about these crimes in particular because a Rolex is something they know they can move. They know they can pawn that quite quickly. What's interesting, I don't know that this is his fiance. Did she have her diamond engagement ring on? Because it sounds like she did not, because it sounds like they did not they were after that Rolex.
So now we live in a society where if you have a nice watch and a nice ring, you can't go out in society because somebody gets envious and says, I'm going to try to capitalize as an opportunist. Right.
To your point, I don't know if she had her engagement ring on, but I will say this, that these Rolex watches, we know they're easy to move. So they know it's an easy score.
Oh, yeah.
Do you know what I mean? As
expensive.
opposed to if you have a 5-carat diamond ring.
Oh, yeah.
That's not as easy to move.
Yeah.
Dawn must have watched that John Hamm show on Apple TV.
I love that show. I'm obsessed with that show.
Friends and Neighbors or whatever it's called. Yeah.
It's so good.
Yeah. In that, you learn that it is easy to move
I learned that.
Rolex watches because a lot of the very uber rich, and I'm saying the plot of this show. I'm not saying this guy. But a lot of these uber wealthy guys have all these watches and they don't wear them.
Yeah.
They don't. So they're easy to take and not people don't miss them. You know what I mean?
Uh-huh. Yep.
Because they have so many.
I mean, it's one thing to be able to buy a Movado, a couple $100 watch, or Rolexes, and you're talking minimum 4 figures, sometimes 5.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, his was $30,000.
$30,000, yeah.
got his wallet and the Rolex. Did not take the Mercedes, not for nothing, but, they were in a stolen vehicle, according to police who've tracked the license plates.
It was all about the watch.
It was all about the watch. They didn't take the
God.
Mercedes convertible. That's worth more than the watch.
Right.
Wow.
Right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So,
I mean, the prices at Piazza are great, but I mean, even a Mercedes, you're going to pay over $30,000 for.
Yeah, right? So, in this one, and what if you had one of those fake Rolexes? What if it was fake?
Oh, that would have been amazing.
Oh, the Folex.
I would love that.
Yeah.
Be laughs on you. But no, they're not. I mean, they were badly shaken. According to the police, the neighbors, this is a very posh neighborhood where they drove home. They were followed. But the neighbors, all of them turning in their ring doorbell cameras or their doorbell cameras to the video, and you hear the woman, the fiancé, just started screaming as the guys were leaving and I think she started screaming when they started beating her fiancé because they thought they're going to, they threatened, we're going to kill you.
Yeah.
So they thought they're dead. So that happened actually Sunday night. So we're learning new details on that one. Another story that is making headlines as far as this one goes is a story that is devastating, as we now know that a Bucks County dog care center and kennel has been forced to temporarily close amid multiple investigations into the deaths of at least 2 dogs. So Pennsylvania's Bureau of Dog Law Enforcement, they're investigating, as well as our friends from the SPCA, they're looking into this. The dog care center, the kennel, is identified as RC Dog Care in Warminster.
Oh, yeah.
And so they've temporarily closed. These 2 dogs died while in their care.
Oh, wow.
And so this is one of the women claims, and she's speaking out, that her 6-year-old Great Pyrenees dog was one of those dogs who had died. So she boarded the dog, who's her beloved doggie, says she went on vacation July 11th, no idea and that was the last time, and this is heartbreaking, her doggie Phoebe, the last time she saw her dog. And so in one of the cases, one of the individuals said that their dog had a temperature of 108 degrees.
Oh, my God.
And had heat stroke.
Oh,
jeez.
So now I guess they did doggy autopsies.
Don't board your dog.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Aw.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You know, this is something where, you know, you look everywhere for a kennel or somebody who's going to doggy. Here's the thing that all of our great law enforcement, police chiefs, you know, among them Abington's, you know, our friend Pat Malloy talks about this. It's great if you can find a reliable person who'll just live in your home.
Yes.
For security.
We had that for many years. It was the greatest. It was not cheap. It was not cheap at all. But it was the greatest money I ever spent.
Dog sitter.
Yes. Yeah.
But to stay in your home.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because,
somebody you trust.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what we've always had too.
Yes.
Because they stay, first of all, especially if your dog is getting older, but even if they're not, the dog, you know, is like on a little vacation with somebody new.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Who's all doting.
Yep.
And then as far as your house, it's home security because somebody's home.
Yeah, 100%.
So it's a win-win.
Greatest money we ever spent. Thank you.
But so I don't know are there charges pending? It is a criminal investigation. I didn't even realize that we have a Pennsylvania Bureau of Dog Law Enforcement specifically looking into these kinds of alleged crimes.
Yeah, pet detectives.
Yeah, pet detectives. That's right.
Ace Ventura.
Ace Ventura.
Your gun is digging into my hip.
That's right. So we have all of this going on. And then we also have, remember we talked last week about this tragedy at Hershey Park, this 9-year-old little girl who died at Hershey Park in the water park there, because they do have that extensive water park in Hershey. And so now we know she's identified as 9-year-old Sophia Subidi. And they say she's from Ohio originally, but lived with her family in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. And her grade school, obviously they're grieving. She was set to start 4th grade this upcoming year, so learning more about her as well. But how did this drowning happen right before their eyes? A bright little girl. And so she did have a medical event. Remember, that's what we were told. It was a quote-unquote medical event.
Yeah.
A GoFundMe had started, and she died in the wave pool.
Yeah.
There are all kinds of lifeguards.
My wife was talking about this last night at dinner, and she thought she read that the girl had a seizure while she was in the pool.
So that's one of the reports that she had some kind of a seizure, and that because they've said that there are more than 100 lifeguards, fully all certified, all trained, up to date on all of their certifications, and so they trained in CPR, all of that.
Mm-hmm.
And so they did administer the life-saving efforts, but apparently there was some kind of a history of seizures. So it's still under investigation.
Yep.
But we have that one going on. A story that we wanted to get to as we think about our Phils, who unfortunately we lost to the White Sox 6-2, by the way, yesterday, and play again tonight in Chicago. But as we look at Bryce Harper, so this back and forth with Bryce Harper and bringing forth this issue that they're having all these meetings, dozens of meetings every year, way in advance of their contract being up.
Mm-hmm.
And so this appears to be real, as the whisper that's now getting louder and louder is that we're going to see a baseball strike.
Yeah. Well, baseball, Rob Manfred, the commissioner, just last week said that the current business model for Major League Baseball is no longer sustainable. That's why they want to put a salary cap in. A lot of these regional sports networks like NBC Sports Philadelphia, which used to be called Comcast Sportsnet, they all lose money. I mean, there's probably only a handful of teams turning a profit. All these like the Oakland A's, they're losing money. The Marlins, they lose money. Players aren't going to stand for that.
And so they're the only major men's sport, right, without this kind of a salary cap thing. So
football, basketball, and hockey all have a salary cap.
And the MLB has never had it.
Nope.
So the MLB wants it.
Yeah.
And Bryce Harper is not having it. So
yeah, but it doesn't mean you win the World Series just because you have an open checkbook. You know, ask Phil Omquist and the Yankee fans out there.
Oh,
they haven't won in 16 years,
shiv.
and they've $240 million payrolls. Suck it, Yankee fans. Money can't buy you number 29.
Well, the Dodgers spend just as much or more than the Yankees do.
And they've only won one.
The Mets do too, and they haven't won anything.
Yep.
So it's not just the Yankees.
Yeah, but the Yankees with the Yes Network, they make a ton of money on that channel.
Yeah.
That's why they have the resources to spend what they do.
Don't sneeze at the Phillies either. How much is the Phillies payroll?
Oh, yeah, they're top.
How dare you?
They're top 7 or 8. Yeah.
So
but their TV deal's terrible.
So I think that as far as this goes, obviously we're talking about it because it's one of our Phillies, but Bryce Harper is obviously one of the biggest names in the MLB. The fact that he pushed back, so apparently he said, get out to Manfred. Like he was cursing at him, said just get out.
Yeah, in the locker room.
Nick Castellanos was asked by ESPN about this.
Yeah, I read this.
And he said, he talked about it. And he just said, Bryce, it almost reminded me of that Honey Badger video that I love. That Honey Badger, she don't care. It was almost, that was Bryce. Yeah. He became a Honey Badger.
He was like, it's Harp. Harp's been that way for a long time.
15 years, since he's 15 years old, he's like barking at this guy. They got up in each other's face.
Yeah.
And so this is going to be contentious.
It's the same way I act when the sales managers come in here. Get the F out of here.
So we have that going on. Earlier, paying tribute, as we were, to the sad news of 65 years young. I mean, a real hero for us locally, somebody we knew and loved, Ryan Sandberg, dying in the news, former Phillies manager, and obviously Cubbies Hall of Famer, second baseman.
I did not realize that he was actually a Philly for 1 year to start his career in '81. And he had the unenviable task of taking over in 2013, 2014, and 2015, coming off of the Dynasty run.
Yep.
Like,
true. Yeah.
How do you follow that up?
Yeah. Well, you have 11 MVPs or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah. I think he won like 70 games the one full year that he managed, and then they said he resigned, but he was fired.
So sad news, Ryan Sandberg, he had an aggressive form of prostate cancer, but a reminder, a piece of awareness, if you've put that off, he was 65 years old, 65 years young, and just diagnosed with this last year.
So what are the ages? Because Greg and I are in that range.
I just did a physical.
Did you?
2 weeks ago, and they said without any issues or any history, like history from the family that wasn't, they said 50. So colonoscopy is I just scheduled mine October 8th. So
okay. So 50 for the prostate.
That'll be fun.
And the colon is 45?
45, yeah. So
okay.
Nick, will you Nick, for you?
I'm 41. I'm actually
get the prostate cancer test now.
Can I do like a buy 2 get 1 free where I do the colon, the bladder, the prostate?
Get it all now.
Yeah.
Get it all now.
Can I just get everything checked out now?
Well, you can do one of those Cologuard things where you poop in a box. And
really?
Send it off.
And and it's very good.
Yeah. It's cheaper than doing those full body scans that you do in big cities that aren't covered under insurance.
Yeah. It's not as I would recommend the colonoscopy because it's not as thorough as the colonoscopy is.
Right.
But for
But you're saying the pooping in the box, it's safe and effective? Sorry.
So prostate cancer generally just involves a blood test to measure the prostate-specific, this one antigen, PSA levels, and then a digital rectal exam where that's the old joke of bend over, at the doctor's office.
Mm-hmm.
But the truth is that if there's any family history, so sometimes they'll say as young as 35, if there's some kind of a family history, same with breast cancer, same with any cancer.
Okay.
If that's something prevalent in your family, why put it off? Especially with prostate, you do the blood test.
Now, how far back do we have to go in the family tree? Just parents and grandparents?
I don't even know if they do grandparents.
No.
I mean, they do. It's like it's information you need. But the problem with our grandparents is they lived in a different time.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like it was. They all smoked. They all drank.
Yeah.
None of them went to the doctor.
Yeah.
It was just the life expectancy for them, I think, is 15 years younger than it is for us.
Wow.
So, yes, it's a good background to have. You should absolutely know. But I don't know if it's this, telltale sign of how your life is going to turn out. You know what I mean? Because the conditions were just different.
Sure.
Yeah, so, and remember it was back in the day, it was on the Today Show. Who was it? It was Katie Couric's husband.
Yes.
He was like 42 years old.
He died of
colon cancer.
No family history.
Yep.
Yep.
So that kind of thing is, if there's cancer in the family, if there's any risk, why take the chance?
Exactly.
And they say that with all the different cancers. So get tested, be aware. And be aware of this forecast. We're under a code orange alert. The heat is on, and Nick, it looks like we won't get any relief today or tomorrow.
That is correct, Dawn. It is currently 83 degrees. We are hitting a high of 98 today. It'll be 99 on Wednesday. And then about a 40-45% chance of storms on Thursday and Friday, which will clear up for a nice weekend. Low 80s, low humidity, and very sunny. Philly weather brought to you by MTRule.com, your Generac generator experts. That's MTRUHL.com. So let's get to the final layer on the other side about this shooting in New York, and also the one with the stabbing that occurred at the Walmart in Michigan over the weekend that we talked about yesterday. Mental health and the Second Amendment. It's Kayal and Company as we continue. Piazza Auto Group. I don't have a read here.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't have
Oh,
copy.
is that? Oh, all right.
I don't have copy, but
okay.
I can talk. I could blow V8 if you want me to blow V8. Sure. All right, so let's talk about our friends at
What
Piazza
about your
Auto.
wife? Doesn't she deserve a new car?
Yeah, it's a perfect time to talk about my wife and her needs. And there's plenty of needs, but we'll stick to what she claims is the third row. I got to tell you guys, one of the things that I love about Piazza is the fact that they have multiple brands out there that you can trust, multiple SUVs out there that offer that third row. It's funny we bring this up now because my wife was looking at all of their websites over the weekend. She's narrowed it down. January will be here before you know it. She wants the new SUV, Infiniti, the QX60, either the Honda Pilot or the Hyundai Palisade, all because of the third row. All available for you at Piazza Auto Group. All of their locations. If you're thinking about that third row with the Honda Pilot, 5 locations for Honda, multiple locations for other brands. Check them all out, all under one umbrella, conveniently at PiazzaAutoGroup.com. And I did that without copy, folks.
Woo!
Third row!
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
I'm Kristen Press. And I'm Tobin Heath. We're World Cup winners, Olympians, and the hosts of The Recap Show.
Every week, we sit down with the icons, disruptors, and game changers on the field and beyond it to talk victories, heartbreaks, and everything in between.
We've built a space where athletes, change makers, and people creating the future of women's sports can show up and show off as their full, unapologetic selves.
Follow and listen to The Recap Show wherever you get your podcasts.
Now is the perfect time to start on your next success. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start August 13th. An accredited state university, University of Maryland Global Campus offers online and hybrid courses. Plus, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits towards a master's. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Shea.
If something happens to you, what happens to your family? Will they struggle financially? Will they be able to afford the home you built together? With Ethos, you can get life insurance coverage in minutes. Get up to $2 million in coverage for as little as $2 a day. All online with no medical exam. Just answer a few health questions. Get your free quote at ethos.com/life. That's ethos.com/life. Rates may vary. Billed monthly. Sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male.
Hey, this is Larry Steiners with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
Hit the road this season to watch our world champion football team. Book your trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are now available for pre-order to Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and more. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause. Brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody. Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Here's retirement phase expert Joanne Small-Canella with today's report.
Today, saving for retirement can seem like a daunting task. With constantly moving retirement target dates and ever-changing economic outlooks, pre-retirees and retirees alike are having a difficult time planning for their retirement future. With that in mind, here are some helpful strategies and statistics that you should consider when mapping out your financial retirement future. According to Pew Research Center, nearly 1 out of every 5 Americans aged 65 and older said they're still working. Additionally, the age at which Americans can claim full Social Security benefits has risen over the years, meaning many of us are pushing retirement and working later in life. While some people work long into their retired years because they enjoy what they do, too many are forced to work longer because they aren't prepared for the financial challenges so many retirees face. This week's expert report provides these helpful guidelines to follow when planning for your retirement. 1. You should have 10 times your most recent annual salary when you officially retire. 2. Delay taking Social Security when possible. For every year you postpone taking your Social Security check after your full retirement age, you will receive up to 8% more in future monthly payments up to age 70. 3. Spend no more than 4% of the initial value of your nest egg in the first year of your retirement, and then increase your withdrawals annually based on inflation. And lastly, seek out a retirement phase expert who works exclusively with those in and near retirement and has the specialized training and knowledge to help you navigate all the retirement challenges of today's financial landscape with security and peace of mind.
To hear more reports that'll impact your retirement future, join Joanne Small-Canella on the Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
All right, Kayal and Company, 7:31. The cut sheet just about 15 minutes out. Let's get to the big elephant in the room. A lot of the media will be all over this, I'm assuming, today. Tomorrow, Democrats on the Hill will start hooting and hollering about the Second Amendment, concealed carry, guns, your right to bear arms. This story was published from Rolling Stone yesterday, prior to what unfolded in New York City. Headline, concealed handguns create a climate of fear, the gun industry's own research reveals. Then we also have what happened last night in New York. And Phil, if we could just throw up on YouTube the picture, I believe it's K5, of the suspect when he was walking into Park Plaza, 345 Park Plaza last night. I mean, you can have, and according to the report in Fox, he did have a concealed carry license dating back to 2022. But you could see there clearly he does not have, or does not even attempt to, conceal his weapon. So to me, when we come off of the weekend that we had with that horrific stabbing at the Walmart in Michigan, where a good Samaritan with a legally purchased firearm and the right to carry that weapon ultimately became one of the heroes and got the suspect who is accused of stabbing 11 different people in Michigan, I don't fear concealed carry. I don't ever walk into a Walmart, a Giant, a Target, any big box store, any local mom and pop business and say, boy, you know what? I'm a little fearful of the fact that maybe somebody has a concealed carry license and has a handgun in a holster or inside of their jeans or in their sweatpant waistband or anything like that. You know what concerns me? Not having the ability or the right to be able to carry a firearm for the protection of myself, my wife, my kids, knowing that there are people out there with mental health issues or that just completely have no civilized upbringing and are a menace to society and are repeat offenders and repeat violators doing what we saw last night in Midtown New York or doing what we saw over the weekend in Michigan. And this is going to be one of those things where I would bet, Dawn, if the identity of the suspect were white, we would already be hearing more about the Second Amendment. But because the narrative doesn't match what the legacy media and the left wants, maybe there'll be a bit of a delay. I don't know if you have scanned the websites and looked at all the headlines. Do we have any publications already writing about why we need to ban certain weapons or intervene and have more regulations within the states?
No, but we have
the M4 rifle. Pictures of that.
We have also elected officials like Representative Richie Torres, who is using this moment to advocate for more gun control.
Okay.
You want to do cut 26 here?
So this is after what happened last night?
5 hours. Less than 5 hours after what happened last night.
So not even midnight, and we've gone to this.
On the Abby Phillips show.
Work in the city.
But despite the progress we've made toward reducing crime, New York remains a prime target for terrorism.
Yeah.
My understanding is the city faces an average of one terror plot a month. And I find it to be absolute insanity that we allow weapons of war to just flow freely on the streets of America. And even though New York State and New York City have the strictest gun laws in the nation, those gun laws can only take you so far if guns can easily cross state boundaries. And this is exactly what happened here.
And in New York, is your understanding that it would have been easy for him to obtain this AR-15 weapon if he purchased?
Yeah, the guns cross, not the human being.
The guns
right?
cross. It's easy for those guns to cross state lines.
Does anybody really believe it's the strictest state possible and these things still occur? I just don't believe that reducing the ability to get any of these weapons is, if there's a will, there's a way. If you're angry, you're going to find a way to pull it off. If you're mentally ill and sick, you're going to find a way to pull it off. And this in the heart of a city that was none bigger than defunding the police, right? I mean, you could throw in Philly, a lot of these big blue cities. So what is the solution to this? To me, it's amazing to me that we always talk about mental health. If, we play somebody on TikTok, well, that person might be dealing with anxiety. That person might be depressed. Big pharma ads out the wazoo. But then when it gets to this, where you're so mentally disturbed, you feel like wiping out an entire group of people in one setting, mental health all of a sudden goes to the back burner. You can't have it both ways. If we have a mental health crisis in this country, then obviously the peak culmination, in my opinion, of mental health is thinking about murdering other people and then going out and executing the act. So, but no, because we're so hell-bent on the left with firearm restrictions. And honestly, I know we can sit here and say with dismissed polls that we don't like or we don't agree with. I don't agree with this poll here that Rolling Stone published about the gun industry, the fear of concealed handguns. I've never, and I'm not a firearm owner. I'd like to get a nice firearm from King Shooters, hoping to get one shortly. But this is the perfect time and the perfect reason as to why. Do you really want to be in that setting in a grocery store or at a Walmart when one of these just detestable human beings comes in because they've had a rough day or they got fired? And how many times have we heard the stories where people go back to their previous employer that fired them and then they have a mass shooting? I want to be able to have the option to protect friends, family, and loved ones. So I've never understood this. To me, it's a mental health issue. Dawn, I know you have a Glock in your trunk. Your thoughts?
So, yeah, he didn't. So I believe, I infer from all of this, right, that he had the concealed carry, which, by the way, is in Vegas, where he lives and works as a security officer, but the concealed carry was for his handgun. So as far as the long rifle that he had, it was identified as a Palmetto.
Yeah, you really can't conceal
State Armory.
You really can't conceal one of those rifles.
AR-15.
Right. So it would have to be the handgun, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So
I mean, unless he had like a XXX trench coat or something, but even then, yeah.
So it's kind of a ridiculous issue to say, well, he had a legal permit. Well, not for that.
Right.
And he's strolling through, I don't think anywhere it's really condoned to just kind of take a walk through any area like this with this firepower and just stroll. I mean, he's like aggressively like strutting, if you will. He's like a man on a mission. If you watch that, where he walks all the way across, like we said in the 6 a.m. hour, double parked.
Yeah.
So, as far as this goes, no gun law in New York, even if they had whatever gun law they have, I don't see that it prevents this, because this is a guy driving from Nevada and he's plotting this out.
Right.
And so then they said, well, we need facial recognition for different people. Well, I think what you need is more cops in this situation, because if you see some dude walking on a mission toward a building with that big AR, Palmetto State Armory AR-15, maybe somebody needs to stop him there in his tracks. But to your point, we can control the purchase of these types of firearms with it very simply. But I think it's controlling the crazy, and I'm not being facetious.
Let me ask you the question, because I don't know. I've never gone through the process of purchasing a firearm other than going to King Shooters and doing that shooting bit that we did, which was fun. That's kind of the extent of my gun usage or gun knowledge. Is there anything when maybe this is a state-by-state issue.
State-by-state.
Okay. Do we know how many states or what states ask for any proof of, I guess, I'm assuming the answer's got to be no, because it could be a HIPAA violation. I mean, there's nothing about taking medical prescriptions and mental health medicine when you fill out paperwork for a gun, is there?
Well,
if you've never been committed to a facility or anything like that?
And that's just it. So think about members of the military. Think about the daily suicide rate with our military members who come home after serving. I mean, it's like 24 a day committing suicide. It's the self-harm issue. So now you have people who were issued a military weapon. Think about law enforcement. You know what I mean? So this all goes together. And so I think the answer is to take a real hard look at the mental health crisis. And it is a crisis in America. It was a crisis before, I would say, post-pandemic. It's even worse. Post-defund the police movement, it's even worse. And let us not forget that in our healthcare system, most healthcare plans do not cover mental health services to go get actual counseling, the testing, the proper diagnosis. But it looks like this guy was diagnosed. They put him on meds.
Yes, they said in, let me pull up the article right here on Fox, that this guy had a long history of mental health issues. And when they went through, the officers found a rifle case with rounds, a loaded revolver, ammunition and magazines, a backpack, and medication prescribed to Tamura, but they do not say what medication. So I mean, obviously, there's probably nothing you can take CTE-wise if you believe you have CTE, but obviously if he's got depression or anxiety, we certainly know that there's a litany of medications out there for that. So there you go. And again, I am fine with, AR-15s. I mean, my brother-in-law, he's from Oklahoma. I mean, he's as Republican as it can get. He's got all sorts of guns. He's got ghost guns. He's got handguns. He's got he's got things hidden behind walls. You could argue he's got more weaponry in his house than the Call of Duty video game on the Xbox. I mean, he's got everything. But you know what? He's not mentally ill, and he's not going to go shoot up any place and commit one of these heinous acts. I've never understood the need for an AR-15, but if you're a gun guy and you like collecting them and going to the range and shooting them, one of the guys that came down to the bike ride in Atlantic City, my buddy Joe Snow, a big Zioli listener, lives in the same community I'm going to be living in. He's got he's throwing out names and numbers attached to these guns. My head is spinning. Mm-hmm. I mean, but, I'm somebody that wants to get a handgun, but I personally, do I have any interest in an AR-15 owning one? No. Did I shoot one a couple of months ago at King Shooter? Yeah. And guess what? It's kind of fun. Mm-hmm. Why do Democrats want to take everything away from men that we enjoy? Sexy blondes, guns. Why? Why does the left want to take away everything that men enjoy? Just because you guys are unhappy doesn't mean the rest of us have to be unhappy.
So in Pennsylvania, they do a quick background check. It's the Pennsylvania Instant Check System, the PICS.
Yeah.
To conduct, these checks as far as criminal history, etc. And so usually the checks are resolved quickly, but it says that according to the NRA ILA site, they may require further investigation, could take up to 90 days, just depending.
All right. Let's grab a call real quick before we get to the cut sheet. Our buddy Kevin is in Bucks County. What's up, Kev?
Good morning. How are you?
Good.
Good morning, everyone. So as far as I know, CTE, it's not treatable, right? And they can only test it post-mortem because of the location in the brain where the damage has occurred.
Correct.
However, in the last few years, they are able to test some sort of pre-CTE, but it's not accurate yet. Then also, if you remember Junior Seau, when he killed himself, he left a note because he had shot himself in the chest and said, I can't live with myself anymore. Everything that's going on in my head, I shot myself. Please check my brain.
Yep.
Right? It wasn't the Chris Benoit story. Right? It wasn't that one. Like, hey, someone watch after my dogs.
Right.
But now we just need to get Newman Price to Photoshop. Since the guy was allegedly originally supposed to be a white guy,
oh boy,
we need to switch out the guy with with Michael Douglas from Falling Down.
That's a great point, Kev. Thank you for the call. Yeah, I forgot about the Chris Benoit wrestling tragedy.
Yes.
He was another guy that took so many chair shots to the head in professional wrestling.
You watch some of those documentaries, some of those Dark Side of the Ring documentaries that Vice has. Mick Foley and those guys. I mean, they know that they're going to. They either have CTE or it's going to get so bad that they're not going to remember things. Like he's like, it's just a matter of time.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like they've just accepted the fact that from all the beatings they took to the chair shots and stuff to the head that
that's why WWE banned it.
Yeah,
wrestling they've banned the steel chair shot to the head, which is why you always see them hit their opponent in the back now. Yeah, because of all of the liability for sure. Who knew that hitting somebody in the head with a steel chair at 30 miles an hour could lead to CTE? I never realized that.
Well, remember that Royal Rumble match with him and The Rock? I mean, that was one of the...
Oh, it was horrific to watch.
That was one of the most violent matches I've ever seen.
Yeah, as a kid, you loved it, and now you look back on it as an adult, and you're like, oh, it's cringe, right?
Yeah, it's so cringe.
Yeah, it's like Randy Weingarten bouncing around. Just it gets to you. All right, we will come back and let's get right to it right now.
What's on
Stand on
the
time.
cut sheet?
That's how white people say I'm going to stay on time. What's on the cut sheet on this Tuesday? Sponsored by Rita's Italian Ice. Gummy Bear Ice is back at Rita's. It's a juicy mix of fruity flavors packed with real gummy bears. Try the glittery gummy bear gelati topped with unicorn glitter from a truly magical treat. Stop by before it's gone. Be cool at Rita's. Thank you, Rita's, for being our summer sponsor of What's on the Cut Sheet. We appreciate it. Everybody go out to Rita's. I know
just
you
had one last night.
Did you do the gummy bear thing?
No,
My
I
son would
went
love
old
that.
school. I went just a little chocolate vanilla custard in a cup.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Ugh.
So good.
It's the creamiest, thickest, richest custard of all.
Mm.
And it melts in 9 seconds when it's 98 degrees out.
It's true. It absolutely does.
Who knew?
It absolutely does. Just to stay on this New York City shooting real fast. I want to play how CNN described it. We played it early, but for those of you late risers, I wanted to play this for you. Let's play either one, Phil. Either the former FBI detective or Aaron Burnett.
Geez.
Where they
stay
said
with us. The
mostly
deputy,
white.
former deputy director of the FBI,
Probably
Andy
white.
McCabe, is with us as well. And Andy, I just want to ask you. You talk about a 44-story building, as Brian is reporting, and what John Miller just said. There were a few things that really stood out there. Among them, that they do know what he looks like.
Yeah.
Sunglasses, mustache, male, possibly white.
Possibly white.
And that they were already able to identify various parts of the building where they think he is right now from 911 calls.
Phil,
and also
put up the graphic of the gentleman walking into. And I know in this day and age of PC, we can't stereotype. You tell me that dude mostly white? I mean, that photo was out in 10 minutes yesterday.
Yeah, even Jimmy Kelly identified him as not white. And Jimmy Kelly wouldn't know the difference if it was right in front of his nose.
Yeah.
I mean, look at this. And his name is Shane Tamura. And here's the other thing, too. Let's also ridicule those that rushed to judgment on social media yesterday with this narrative that he was Middle Eastern. That has not been substantiated or corroborated. And being Middle Eastern is different than being an Islamic radical. There's a separation. And the media on the right was running yesterday with Middle Eastern. I don't know where people got Middle Eastern from.
I will say there was a woman who was a witness who was outside and it's New York City. So apparently there were all these different protests because remember Trump was talking about Gaza yesterday. We were covering that whole thing. So apparently out on the street there had been some kind of a pro-Palestinian, etc.
I did see that. Yeah.
So I think part of that confusion was fueled by there was a woman who said there was a guy out here and he was yelling, anti-Semitic or pro-Pal, whatever she was hollering that. And I think, that went viral. The police obviously have to investigate every lead, et cetera, et cetera. But they found the guy dead up in the 33rd floor with a self-inflicted rifle wound.
So in the last calendar year, CNN has labeled this guy maybe a white male. They labeled Kilmar Abrego Garcia Maryland man and Maryland dad. They said when Trump got shot that he, quote, fell on stage.
Yeah.
And they also said that Joe Biden is sharp as a tack. That's CNN in the last year, folks. Yeah. And you wonder why they have the audience of a ninth grade debate. Just embarrassing. Seriously, how does that network go from what it was 30, 35 years ago when Ted Turner and they set up shop in Atlanta and, back when they were covering the OJ case and had boots on the ground with all these wars globally to what they are now? How does that happen?
Yeah, it's a sin. And it shows. So Erin Burnett, I will say, out of all of them, she has been there a long time. In general, she's considered one of the more moderate, down the middle people as far as their anchors. Her ratings are very high. And so if I'm her, because it was the experts obviously who were saying this. It was their CNN experts. And that's part of the problem too.
Well, that guy should get torched too.
So if I'm Erin Burnett, I'm addressing that. I'm addressing that today.
Yeah.
Because that goes to your credibility.
Agreed.
As the anchor person.
Yep, 100%.
So look, we always give everybody the benefit of the doubt. She's in a very busy studio. It's a breaking news situation. She should have a monitor right down on the desk. They have big monitors in the studio. But if, for whatever reason, she's reading the copy, she's trusting the experts, and she's saying possibly, I'm addressing that.
I know this, I know CNN isn't as free form and free flowing as we are, where we always jump in and correct one another, even if we're not right or the other person's not right. But you know, if one of you would have said something like that, or I would have said something like that, one of us would have been like, "Are you sure about that?"
Or
Because
the YouTube chat would have corrected us.
100%.
Yeah. Right.
And I know CNN doesn't operate like that, but they have 600 producers there that could have gotten in her ear and said, "Hey, you might want to back off on this. I'm not sure if that's 100% correct."
Yeah, but it's just this.
They went with it.
Yeah.
What really needs to be analyzed is why these legacy media outlets are so anti-white these days. And this goes right after the Sydney Sweeney story with American Eagle yesterday,
which we'll get to.
MSNBC, Tom Bevan, the CEO of Real Clear Politics, just screenshotted a headline from MSNBC. And said an MSNBC producer wrote this, and you can see the screenshot. It says, Sydney Sweeney's ad shows an unbridled cultural shift toward whiteness. Advertisements are always mirrors of society, and sometimes what they reflect is ugly and startling. So because you want to put a hot woman in a jeans ad versus a fat woman, this is a cultural shift towards whiteness? Or maybe there's something to advertising where the more appealing and glamorized the spokesperson is, you might actually be able to peddle and push more product, right? Right? I mean, honestly, if you were pimping a product, would you rather have Dawn or yours truly promoting that product? Dawn's much more aesthetically pleasing than Chrome Dome over here.
Depends on the product.
It's true.
Right?
So Sydney Sweeney now is like the definition of white supremacy is basically what they're arguing here. I'm so tired of it.
By the way, I would do wonderful. I would be wonderful pushing somebody's product.
Yes, look great with
you
that
would look great in
blonde hair,
American Eagle
those big
jeans.
blue
Thank you,
eyes.
sweetie. Thank you, sweetie.
Imagine
sexy.
Stalker
I mean, you,
and
Nick.
Sweeney. We get Stalker and Sweeney in an American Eagle ad.
By the way, let's keep going with this Sydney Sweeney thing. This is another lunatic on TikTok. And by the way, I can say lunatic because these people put this crap out there for everybody to see. So whenever it's like you guys play, no, they put them out there for everybody to see. All you do is mock things. Yes, they put them out there to be mocked.
Yes, I mock stupid people.
This is all white supremacy. This is all because of the good genes. It's American Eagle. They're trying to. What is the quote here? Let me get the quote correct here because I saw this in the wee hours of the morning and I had to do a double take. American Eagle used Sydney Sweeney as a plot to get whites to pass on their genes.
GE.
All these headlines. And she's a top model, right?
Yes.
So Sydney Sweeney's new American Eagle ad is not going great.
It's not going great. We've talked more about American Eagle in the last 3 days than I've heard about American Eagle in the last 15 years.
Yeah,
Why are people mad about Sydney Sweeney's jeans ads?
Let's play this woman.
American Eagle using fashion as a way to influence young, middle American women, ages 15 to 25, because that's their demographic. In their prime reproductive years, to focus on purity and passing down the correct genes. And they thought it was a cute double entendre, but it wasn't. And don't think this was an accident. This was very intentional, and it would not have mattered one bit if a person of color was in the room, because this message was not intended for us. Oh, and it landed for its intended market. Fashion companies use ads to send out very alarming messages. This isn't the first time, and it won't be the last.
What an idiot.
However, if I work for, I don't know, Lucky Jeans or whatever, I am getting
I agree.
the most gorgeous African American or biracial woman who's, you know what I mean? And put her right out there.
Yep.
And seize upon this.
I agree with you.
Because the truth is she's a beautiful woman and a spokesmodel and she's all over social media. Her ethnicity never mattered. That's the honest to God's truth. But if I'm a brand manager for the jeans company, I'm going to seize upon this.
It's unbelievable.
You know?
It's unbelievable. And guys, there's not just, we played one yesterday. Salon wrote an article, and there's a handful more that I could choose from. I just chose one.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like there are so many women out there, there's so many people out there that have this narrative that it's white supremacy, it's Nazi propaganda. Oh my God.
Right. It's awful. I'm trying to find the ones. There's a graphic out there with all of these ridiculous headlines on it. Dawn was reading a few of them there.
Yeah, that they're all basically saying, "Oh, the controversy for Sydney Sweeney."
Controversy.
The controversy.
Yeah. Oh, the 2% of vocal Americans on TikTok are mad.
Yeah, I know.
Go
That's
pound
the
sand.
that's the problem with this is that
98% of people don't even know this is a thing.
100%. You're 100% correctly. You know what I mean? Like this is a thing that lives in this world and online, and nobody else in the world knows what's happening.
Well, it's not inclusive enough. That's the problem. Right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Speaking of women, this is amazing. 22, Phil. At one of the WNBA games yesterday, it was paused because a player's wig fell off.
I thought this was fake at first. I was so hesitant to send it to you because I'm thinking, boy, if this is fake, I'm going to never hear the end of it.
Roll this.
Bounced around a lot, but at the end, I went through the rim.
Oh, there it goes. Oh. Uh-oh. Put it back on.
Yeah.
Put it back on.
Just bending over and it fell off. Yes.
We need to be paid as much as the NBA.
Yeah, you think LeBron's toupee's ever fallen off? No chance.
Can you imagine?
Even Frank Luntz has had his toupee pulled in. By the way, did you hear the follow-up story to this?
What?
A fan was laughing at the player for having the wig or whatever fall off and run up the tunnel, and the fan, according to reports, was ejected.
The fan.
Yes.
The one fan of the WNBA.
Yes. Can you imagine laughing at an athlete that has a wardrobe malfunction and because that's essentially what it is, right?
Yes,
You put the wig on just like you do the jersey, the shorts, and the sneakers, and you got ejected.
Do you do you put glue on your head? Like, how does that work? How do wigs work?
I have no idea.
And
I'm one that could justify wearing one.
So I got my hair. I just got my hair done last night.
I was gonna say.
Oh yeah, the highlights are beautiful.
Either you have highlights or your lighting in the studio is different today.
Because we have our Piazza Pets segment that we're doing at noon today. So
Yeah.
I was like, I gotta get my hair done.
You have not checked your emails, have you?
Oh, I haven't. No, I've been busy with all the breaking news.
I know.
And the hair.
Okay. Yeah.
But it was just an excuse to get out of the house
emails that
and
were
get my
sent
hair
out
done.
3 o'clock yesterday. But yes.
What did the?
I didn't even get home till like 8:30 at night.
What did the highlight cost you? What did it set you back?
You know what? I'll be honest. I go to Hair Cuttery.
Really?
And I pay generally a little over $100.
That's not bad.
And nobody ever believes me. Go to Hair Cuttery. It's like you're not going to sit in a salon. For
I would have had you down for at
hours and
least
hours.
$200-300.
No.
Wow.
I'm very practical, very
All
low
right, I like
maintenance.
that. Good job.
Nope.
Can we play the
Ridiculous.
video one more time of this wig falling off?
Yes.
Because
But
I just think this is amazing.
Back to the wig.
Yeah.
So one of the young ladies who's African American at the salon just got braids and looked like Khaleesi, like she looked glamorous, but they actually weaved it into. So some people glue,
right?
But they sometimes will braid those pieces onto your real hair.
If you look at this video here, this
Which is amazing.
This is just here. Play it. This is just a wig that just
I went through the rim.
bends down and her wig falls.
Oh no.
You do. Oh no. Look at this. The dummy announcers. Oh no.
I don't understand why you have to go to the back.
Well,
it's not like you soiled yourself.
Because she's embarrassed.
It's embarrassing. It's because they
pay us. We deserve to be paid. No, you don't. Your dumb wigs are falling off. You don't deserve anything. The $7,000 you get is plenty.
Well, I think this illustrates why the women need to be paying more. In the NFL, those guys, they get the braid. Because that's expensive.
Yeah.
Because they actually take little braids, individual, and they braid from your hair into the weave that's real hair.
Mm-hmm.
It's real human hair. It's so expensive. So the men in the NFL who would never pull each other's hair, by the way, did you ever notice that? They would never do it.
No.
Like the women pull their hair, the men, no, they've never touched.
So,
but it can go as high as like $600.
Is that right?
Oh yeah, all that, like Allen Iverson.
Yeah.
Because I knew a woman who back in the day like traveled with him for years. They have their own in the NFL and all the different men's sports.
Mm-hmm.
Their person travels with them, does their braids, does their facials, does their pedicures.
Yeah.
These men are pampered.
I miss Iverson. So that was the Phoenix Mercury and the Washington Mystics.
Wow.
And the lady with the wig was Kalea Copper.
And yes, in the third quarter, the fan was. That's the bigger outrage here. You pay money to say whatever you want for the most part and heckle pro athletes. And a fan got ejected for making fun of the player for losing the wig.
Yep.
That's a nasty fan. That's mean.
Why is it nasty?
I'm going to go with the.
Man.
I'm just taking
Come on.
the argument over here. But
I've taught you well.
You leave that to Greg.
I'm Greg's Padawan. It's true.
Wow, the WNBA. What a joke. Just shut that whole league down.
Pay these women more. They say they get a low energy, cheap wig. It's probably not even real hair.
Think about that. They make I think the average salary is $72,000.
Yeah, and
to work for an organization that hasn't turned a profit in 3 decades.
Yeah, I was just going to say, and that's too much.
If anything, they should be taking a pay cut.
Exactly.
God,
show profit. You know what I mean? Like.
They need a better brand manager, though.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
They do.
The reality is women are just not great to watch at playing basketball.
Change up the rules so that it is more exciting.
I mean, even girls really don't even care. It's really remarkable. Like, because Phil's a UConn guy, and UConn's got a great women's basketball team. It's amazing how even the diehard women basketball fans for like UConn, once they leave college and go to the WNBA, they stop tracking those players anymore. They don't even care.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. We're only at 140 likes. I need to get that over 200. I need 60 people right now to go to YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Yeah. Hit the like and subscribe buttons. Do it now. Can you be the 200th? I need 60 people. Do it right now.
Do it for the innovators that created the idea in this format.
Get me started.
You want to talk about how other national shows and that have 500 plus affiliates are now jumping on the bandwagon that we created?
I have to tell you, Dawn, Nick sent that text to our little group chat yesterday about how nationally syndicated show, the Clay and Buck Show, they've decided to stream their show for 3 hours on YouTube because, YouTube is the future.
And for those who don't know, that's the old Rush Limbaugh slot.
They need to build for the future, and they can't just rely on AM streaming. They need to make sure that they're well prepared for the future. And it was as soon as Nick sent that text, I started cursing, and I just started venting to my wife, which she's heard a million times, about how we started this 2.5 years ago, and everybody looked at me.
You started it.
Everybody looked at me, and we say we. It's the collective we. And everybody looked at us like we were crazy.
Get off my YouTube!
The engineering staff was just like, well, we don't know how to make this work. To their credit, they did, and they helped me. Daniel Valdez was a huge part of this as well.
Get off my YouTube channel!
And everybody thought we were crazy. And now we've been doing this. We're getting huge numbers on YouTube, like sports radio like numbers. Where every other
rock radio.
Where every other where every other show that does this in this format is not. So I just want a little credit for it, but I get none. I hear how WIP is reinventing the wheel with the way they're doing video, and you should really take a page out of their book. No, they took a page out of my book.
Turn it off.
Thank you.
I don't need you or want
Thank you. Sorry, I just needed to vent. That's it.
But the truth is, I will say with Clay and Buck for their show, is that it's a different show, and so Joe Rogan. You see Joe Rogan.
Yeah.
You see him. It's different because you've incorporated, and with Phil Omquist back there with doing the video, and so it's interactive, and so it's an experience.
Agreed. I'm not saying, look,
so it's different. It's just
everybody's
different.
Everybody's nitpicking. I'm not saying I came up with this concept. I'm saying for what we do, the type of radio we do, there's no other radio station doing it. No other. And yes, YouTubers do their videos, but they're not live. We're here at 8:05. If you're watching this live right now, it's 8:05 in the morning, and you can comment along on the show. We read it. Sometimes we ban you.
Go away!
It's amazing we've done what we've been able to do with YouTube, considering you chastise everybody.
It's true. It's true. They love it, though. They secretly love it. They love being yelled at by me.
Yes.
But it's fine. All right. Can I get on to more pressing matter? Thank you for giving me that second to vent. Sorry. This North Carolina State Representative Julia Greenfield, she's lamenting about all the immigrants who are being deported because of this reason. This is 25, Phil. 25.
Losing voters in a swing state.
25.
Why they're lamenting.
And as we have seen, as certain states have deported immigrants, what's happened? The crops are not being picked.
No.
The hotels do not have anyone providing the service.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Who's going to do our slave labor for us?
I have no busboy to grab my $21 Bloody Mary glass.
What an out-of-touch buffoon she is.
No, see, the thing is they are in touch. They know exactly what they're doing. They knew exactly what they were doing 4 years ago when they tried to import 15 million potential new voters. They knew what they were doing when they were sending them in the middle of the night to Logan International in Boston, to other airports, and then somehow they show up in North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, Nevada, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan. What do those 7 have in common? Well, spank my ass, they're called swing states. Wow.
He wishes.
I could go for one.
Spank me.
The Democrats have found a way to resonate with the male voters and the bros. Would you like to see how they are doing that? This is cut 3, Phil. Cut 3.
Boy, they're really pursuing this masculinity thing all of a sudden.
Hey everybody, I just finished my workout. Hope you got your workout in.
What's the weight on this?
315.
All right, so let's talk about housing. I grew up in a working class family here in the Hudson Valley. My mom worked at the Postal Service for 47 years.
She's
and my
doing
dad
this
was
if
in
you can't watch it
construction.
while
We didn't have
working
much,
out.
but we could afford a roof over our heads. Now, that's getting harder and harder for working families.
There you go.
The Will Kane's head's ready to explode.
They are. Democrats are trying to relate to the male voter, the bros, by posting workout videos.
What was once dubbed toxic masculinity is now in vogue.
Swalwell yesterday was like bench pressing, and as he was doing a video.
Yeah.
So dumb.
Well, you got to take some time off from shooting baskets in the pool.
So dumb.
Yeah. Although I love the lady there at the end with the gym in the garage.
Yeah.
Channeling her inner Marjorie Taylor Greene. Maybe they're
Look,
both doing some.
I'm glad they're working out. I'm glad they're working out. But all I'm saying is that like they're doing this as a way to pander, and it's kind of gross.
What's the kind of workout where you do CrossFit?
CrossFit.
Yeah, Marjorie Taylor Greene's a big CrossFit fan.
Yes, she is.
It really whips you into
Tight little
shape.
body.
Yeah.
She does.
Yeah. Oh, I know. I have a couple of buddies that do it. I don't know how they did, and they're in their 40s and they do CrossFit. I'm like, dude, that's a kick-ass workout.
I want to get to the death of Hulk Hogan really quickly here. WWE star Chelsea Green has left social media after backlash for her Hulk Hogan comments.
But did she announce that she's leaving? I always love when somebody has to tell you that they're taking a break.
No,
social media.
I don't think she did. I think she just deleted her.
Oh.
She may have deleted the post. She was on CBS News 24/7. So dozens of people saw it.
Right.
She said this about Hulk Hogan and got a lot of backlash for it. Roll this.
Let's bring in WWE professional wrestler Chelsea Green for more on all of this. Chelsea, thank you so much for being with us. I know this must come as a shock to you. Can you walk us through your initial thoughts when you heard the news this morning?
I mean, polarizing political views aside, he was an absolute icon. And if it weren't for Hulk Hogan, there are many of us in the wrestling industry that would absolutely not be here.
So the problem is that she says polarizing political views aside before this.
Okay, so is she a fan of his political views or anti his political views?
No, I'm sure saying polarizing political views means you're not a fan.
You're
right?
not a fan, right? Because wanting a secure border and deporting criminals and locking up bad guys and no wars and having a good economy is such a polarizing view. It's just, God Almighty.
She got backlash online for
was it
saying
polarizing when Clinton said it in 94? Was it polarizing when Obama said it in 08? Was it polarizing when Joe Biden said it on the Senate floor in the 90s when he was representing the great state of Delaware? It's amazing what was Democrat platform is now polarizing 30 years later. Isn't that funny, Dawn?
Sure is.
It was accepted. Oh, it was, remember Obama, he was the chief deporter. Yeah.
The narrative.
Trump does it. He's a fascist.
Well, I said this yesterday. Everybody's saying, well, he was caught on that private video using the N-word, and that's what really sunk his career. I said, no, that's not what sunk his career. What sunk his career, because the Democrats don't care about that. They just use that as a way to say, well, see, he's a Trump fan. He's a Trump voter. And he also says the N-word. So they use it as a way to tie that together.
Sure.
But it was his outward support for Trump that did him in. Yeah. That's the polarizing political view.
Yeah.
Well,
I
and some of the even the wrestling fans in the last year, his last appearance on WWE earlier this year, there was maybe, 25-30% of people that booed him.
Yeah. I got to say this too. Go to cut 12 here, Phil. This is there's been some speculation on how, I know they're saying it was a cardiac event that he died from, and I'm sure that's probably correct. But there's a radio personality in Florida by the name of Bubba the Love Sponge, him and Hulk Hogan used to be like best friends until somebody released a video of Hulk Hogan banging Bubba's wife. Because that's how they roll down there in Tampa.
Wow.
Tampa's a different world.
It's a different world. And the radio community is a different world, too. But he's been on the air since mid-June saying Hulk Hogan is not doing well and he's not going to make it. Hulk Hogan is in hospice. Hulk Hogan is this. Hulk Hogan is that. And everybody thought he was insane. And then all of a sudden, Hulk Hogan died. So he was kind of vindicated because he was saying this for a month. And all of Hulk Hogan's friends were like, that's nonsense. We were just with Hulk yesterday, blah, 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 blah. And then Hulk Hogan dies. So he kind of took a victory lap about this. And they said, according to him, he said they knew that he wasn't going to make it, meaning his friends. Roll this.
I think the Hogan people really made a mistake. If they just would have told the truth, it would have completely debunked me. I mean, it takes all my bullets away with regards to having a scoop on something that I know they're lying about. If they would have said, yeah, you know what? Hogan's not doing so good right now. He's having complications from a neck and back surgery. We're very concerned. Please pray for Hulk. None of that. It was always, he's doing good. He's doing strong day by day. We're good. I mean, Jimmy Hart alluded to the fact that they were at karaoke on Monday.
Well, I mean, do you think people were covering for him, or do you think that these people close to him were getting false information?
I think that they were covering for him. I think that they were freaked out that I was so correct that they didn't know what to do. They got bad PR information. That, and along with Seth, remember when we watched Bischoff this past week and he was re-promoting on Fox and Friends that they had just signed a deal with Fox Nation?
Yes.
And remember when I said, just look how tired and sad he looks?
Yes.
They knew. They've known for a long time that he wasn't going to make it.
Yeah, I actually saw that clip with Eric Bischoff on the Fox and Friends morning show. He did look completely exasperated. So is the report that he had the spinal fusion surgery and then a emergency follow-up because there was complications, is that correct or incorrect?
I don't know. It was correct that he had that surgery.
Right. It's the same thing Tiger Woods had.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, according to what this radio host has been saying since mid-June, is that the surgery didn't go well. They may or may not have botched it. And there were all kinds of complications, and that is actually what he was not going to make. That was actually, I mean, it may have been a heart attack that took him out, but it was, according to this guy, it was from this surgery that may or may not have been botched.
I can't imagine having to go through a spinal fusion.
Well, he's done 10 back surgery, 20.
Yeah.
10 or 20 back surgeries
neck.
in 15 years. Like, it's insane.
Yeah.
These
you
guys,
said it last week. It's hard to believe he got to 71.
Because most of those wrestlers don't make it that long. Think of a wrestler. I mean, Ric Flair, even though he died, or
Flair's died like 5 times.
Yeah, he had a 2% chance of living the last surgery he had. But he made it. But most of these guys don't make it past 65.
Yeah.
There's a lot on social media about his current wife.
Yeah, Sky.
Sky, the ex-wife being critical,
Yeah,
the
Linda.
daughter being critical.
Jennifer is
There's a
the ex-wife.
There's a whole lot of back and forth.
And Linda, he's been married 3 times.
Yeah. So
unbelievable.
I mean, it's amazing. The 3 marriages,
And he's banged radio host wives.
25 surgeries, steroids, alcohol.
Yeah.
Presumably, probably, allegedly, painkillers. How any of these guys make it to that point? Like, again, with Rick, the New York Post just had a quote from Flair yesterday saying that his anxiety has kicked up because he knows his time's ticking as well.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, Flair should be dead by now.
Agreed. Agreed. It's just, it's kind of, I don't know. The whole thing is shocking that he made it to 71, but I mean, like, look, he was right. They did they had him and Bischoff just started that wrestling company that Fox Nation picked up. So I'm sure there was a part of that too.
Yeah.
Because you know what, Nick, when you have a partner that may or may not be on death's door, especially somebody as high profile as Hulk Hogan, and you're trying to get a deal done, and you're Eric Bischoff, you're not telling them that your partner is probably going to be dead in a month.
No,
you're not saying that because he wants to get that deal done.
Right. When I'm working on my next deal at 60 and I'm ready for a heart attack, you think my wife's going to say it? By the way, too, it's amazing. I don't know. I guess I have some self-control and discipline. I'm blown. Not to urinate on anybody's grave or anything, but a lot of these guys, not all of them, and I say a lot, it's probably a small percentage, but the notable ones that can't control themselves out of character. Like, we always hear about some of these pro football players that get involved in domestic assault or assault and battery. And it's, they have a hard time turning off the testosterone in their personal life, or a professional wrestler who's a total character and creation and then lives that. Like, Ric Flair's biggest problem is he lives the Ric Flair persona off camera 24/7.
He does.
The fact that some of these guys can't separate the act versus their real lives with their family is staggering to me.
Agreed. All right, we're over 200 legs. Now I need to get to 300. So I need 80 people right now. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. 80 people to hit that like and subscribe buttons. Come on, we're giving you all this great entertainment. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Can you be the 300th like? I think this happened in either the UK or Australia. But airplane passengers jumped into action to tackle and pin down a man shouting, "Bomb the plane, Allahu Akbar, and death to Trump."
Oh, globalize the intifada.
You wonder why I don't like to fly. Roll this.
Going to bomb the plane. Death to America, death to Trump. Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar.
Oh, man, if I hear this.
Allahu Akbar.
They did this right. Take him down. Take him down. Yeah.
And he's fat.
Yeah, look, they took him down. They handcuffed him. They put his hands behind his back.
Has he got anything on him? Just be careful, be careful.
No, don't be careful.
Sit down.
So, was that a marshal that was on the plane?
It's a great question, Dawn.
He
I
went
don't know.
down relatively easily.
Has he got a phone on him?
He's got a phone on him.
It's not mine. That's my phone, my phone.
Where's he sitting?
Drop a knee on him.
Yeah, my phone. Have you got anything on you? Have you got anything on you?
Yeah, it's the UK.
Why are you doing that? Check his pockets.
So they want to make sure he doesn't have anything. That's
Bombs
an explosive, a sharp object,
I mean,
or
he
a
said-
phone that can, trigger something.
He said bomb the plane.
Yeah. So a detonation device. So they're smart.
Yeah.
Where are you sitting? Where's your seat? Is there anything in your bag? Is there anything in your bag? Is there anything on your bag? Is there anything in your bag? Is there anything in your bag? No. Have you got?
Oi.
Kind of slaps him.
Yeah.
Oi.
Call him the C word.
Have you got a box? Why do you? Have you got anything on you?
It's amazing.
Yeah. I love when the Brits bust out the C word. Just sounds so great.
It's so funny that they use that. Like,
do you have anything in your pocket, you bloody C word? Open your pocket.
Yep.
But you know what else? When somebody's in a situation, obviously the few men who have taken him down and are searching him, they're in control. And you hear people chattering in the back. It's like, shush.
Yeah.
Everybody just give these guys silence, support them. They know what they're doing.
Yep.
And just shush.
I know. God forbid you interrupt somebody in seat 37G
Right?
that's loaded Happy Gilmore too, right? Waiting for their bag of party mix.
Which is, we watched that over the weekend.
How was it? I haven't seen it.
Oh, I heard it's a giant
It's
rat
you know,
F.
it's kind of
stupid.
Yeah.
Eminem is in it, right?
Yeah, it's kind of goofy, but we watched it.
All right.
Whatever. It's
Can
not.
Can Adam Sandler stop?
I know he's so
stop. Just stop.
He's 20, 25 years past his best stuff.
I mean, Happy Gilmore, Billy Madison, they were great movies.
Yeah.
And when I say great, I don't actually mean great. But for the time and place, it was great. We don't need to see sequels.
Well, a lot of his movies now are straight to Apple or Netflix.
Yeah, he had a huge deal with Netflix.
Yeah.
How much is he making though?
Oh,
That's just it.
Well, and
huge deal.
He's his own production company, Happy Madison.
Yep.
Yeah.
By the way, like if you're on a plane like that and you're like somebody starts screaming like that, like what's your reaction?
Well, I'll tell you right now, I don't need to hear bomb the plane. As soon as I see you stand up and go towards the cockpit and start shouting about Allah, I know it's go time.
Yeah.
Because you're not giving us a sermon.
Agreed on that. Can we go to cut 30 here? I'm kind of all over the place, but that's exactly what I want to be. Yes, Dawn?
Adam Sandler, the Netflix deal, $275 million for multiple films.
Yeah, it's insane.
Well, look, if anybody wants to give me $275 million, I'll crank out bad content too.
To come out with crap.
Yeah.
It's mediocre. It's meh. It's mid. It's mid.
It's mid.
But at least it's in the genre that he's good at or was good at.
Yeah.
I could not take him serious. What was the basketball movie where he had the beard and the goatee?
Oh, that was
okay,
great.
I actually like that.
Yeah, that was a great movie.
I'm not saying it was
here in Philadelphia.
Yeah, I'm not saying it was a bad movie, but I don't like him in those serious roles.
Really?
Yeah. I always just think of him as the goofball.
Yeah. Well, he's trying to clean up that image.
Hustle.
Hustle.
2022.
Yeah.
That movie was great. No, I don't think that was Hustle.
No?
Hustle
or was it
one of
something Diamonds? Wasn't there Diamond or Diamonds or?
Yeah, I don't think it was Hustle. I think it was something else, Don.
Yeah. Some people are just kind of typecast into certain roles.
Yeah.
Like I was probably in the minority with this, but I really loved Boardwalk Empire on HBO. I think it was from 2010 to 2013 or 2014.
Yeah.
And I never thought going into it that Steve Buscemi could play Nucky Thompson.
Oh my God.
But he nailed it.
So good.
It was so good.
262 likes. I need 40 people right now. 40 people to hit that like button. Stop. I see you. I see you. I see you. 40 people right now. Hit that like button right now. So fans want a Little League coach fired after dugout video goes viral. I love these things. Fans want a Little League coach fired after dugout video goes viral that originally appeared on the website The Spun. Fans are calling for the removal of a Little League softball coach after a controversial video went viral on social media over the weekend. A video of a Little League coach getting physical with one of her players is going viral on social media, sparking a major debate among sports fans. The video came from Little League softball game between Delaware and New Jersey. So technically, Dawn, local story.
Yes. Fighting Ziolis against the fighting Opelkas.
One fan watching the game on ESPN said they noticed the behavior and immediately wondered how they would react if it was their kid. Video of the incident in which a Little League softball coach got physical with one of her players is going viral on social media this weekend. Some fans are defending the move as it turned out that the player in question was the coach's daughter. So does it change your mind at all since it's the coach's daughter? Others, meanwhile, believe that it was wrong no matter who the player is, regardless of anything else. She wouldn't coach another game ever, one fan wrote. All right, let's. It's a quick video, Phil, so if you can just kind of loop it and play it a couple times for youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Roll this.
And pushes her back by her chin almost.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you're telling somebody to be quiet.
That's her own daughter?
Yes. Well, not to be. That's an African American girl, right? And she's a white.
I think the mom might be African American. No, she's not.
Well, dad could be African.
Yeah. I'm just so. All right, so she does the shush motion on her, but pushes her back.
Yeah.
Pushes her head back.
No. Not fireable for a parent, not fireable even if she's not the parent. I have no problem when a coach constructively maybe makes contact with one of their players. There was no malice to that. That was not abuse. That was a teaching moment.
All right, let me ask you this. Daughter, does she, do you give her more of a pass because it's her daughter?
Yeah.
Do you?
I have no issue with it no matter what the relationship is.
Dawn?
If it's her daughter, absolutely.
If
it's her own daughter.
If it's not her daughter, you have an issue with it?
It's out of context, but I'm not, I'm not as, don't touch my kid.
If that happened in the dance studio, I don't even think my wife would have an issue with the dance instructor.
Your wife might have a conversation.
You think?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Conversation.
I remember back in this is a sign of the times. that's a nothing burger to me. I remember in the 90s, I had a football coach that would drag me by my face mask.
Yeah.
Literally grab me by the face mask and haul me around.
I'm going to start doing that to you.
You should.
When you don't.
When I pack up early.
Yeah, exactly. It's 9:54. You're scheduled till 10 a.m.
Put your helmet on, Kayal.
Stay here until 10 a.m.
Keep your chin strap and your mouthpiece in. The whistle has not blown yet.
All right, let's put up a poll. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Should this Little League coach be fired? Yes or no? YouTube.com/@1210WPHT.
Fired for what? Voluntarily coaching for no pay?
I'm just telling you what fans are saying.
This coach probably has a regular full-time job and does this recreationally, as all Pee-wee coaches do.
I say no. Even if that was my kid, I would go up to my kid and say, what awful things are you saying to the coach? And next time you do that, I'm going to smack you across the face.
We can't have this happening. This is proof that America is healing. We are now putting sexy women back in jeans. We are embracing free speech. We are America first. We are not going to call men toxic. And we can't cancel softball coaches because they went, shh.
Yeah, but you don't have to shove your finger in her face. I didn't see the whole thing. I don't know if there's a history. I would have a conversation. I would
Gender
go to the coach.
matter to you?
Oh, that's a great
question.
So
but any coach.
Let me ask you this. It's your boy's playing football. He's got his helmet off on the sideline, and the coach at, what is it, LaSalle College High School or St. Joe's Prep?
LaSalle College High School, Germantown Academy.
Okay,
sure.
So the football coach does the exact gesture, the exact touch to your boy. Are you in the stands hooting and hollering?
No. Nope.
So it's a girl thing.
No, it would just be later. It wouldn't be at the moment.
Oh, okay.
It would be.
So you would take issue with it behind the scenes?
Behind the scenes, say to the coach later, after the game, find a moment. Hey, what was that all about? Just have the conversation. That's how I would handle it.
Would Larry have an issue with it?
I wouldn't want him to. Let me handle it. Because he's more, he might get mad.
YouTube.com.
You know what I mean?
Oh, he would get mad at the coach?
He might.
Really? Okay.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT, where you can vote. Should the Little League coach be fired? Yes or no? Very lopsided vote. I voted no. Stenslin.
I didn't vote yet.
All right, vote. Kayal votes a no as well, if he checked.
Should the coach be fired? Oh, no. I don't think the coach should be fired. But I think...
Well, that's what fans on social media are saying.
Yeah, but I didn't see the whole thing, and I don't know the history. But why are you so comfortable putting your finger on the face of a kid, even your own kid? But if it's your own kid, then I can't say anything.
Trump said he never had the pleasure of going to Epstein Island. We will talk about that on the other side.
Home title theft. It's on the rise, and it's devastating if it happens to you. Listen to the alarming words of an actual home title thief.
I don't need to know your date of birth and social security number. All I have to do is go to public records, create a document, and file that document. And then I can borrow against the house or sell the house. You may have no clue until you find out that your house has been sold or till several loans or several banks are foreclosing on you.
For pennies a day, Home Title Lock puts a virtual barrier of protection around your home's title with 24/7 monitoring. The instant they detect any tampering, you'll get an alert. And that's bad news for home title thieves. So when's the last time you checked on the title to your home? Find out if you're already a victim with your free title scan and complete title report. $100 value free with sign up. Just go to HomeTitleLock.com and sign up in minutes. That's HomeTitleLock.com. HomeTitleLock.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Get ready for a gift from Rescue Natural Supplements. It's their Christmas in July sale. That's right, the season of giving is making a summer comeback with huge savings. That means all health supplements will be slashed up to 50, 60, even 73% off site-wide. So treat yourself with savings. Heart Healthy Omega-3s, natural energy boosters, soothing digestive aids, and a lot more. To order, call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com, res-q.com. Again, don't miss Rescue's Christmas in July sale. Shop savings up to 73% off natural solutions from blood pressure, cholesterol, to energy and sleep. Rescue's got you covered. Stock up for summer. Unwrap the joy of a healthier you. It's all at res-q.com or call 800-262-5483.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
The success you've already had matters at University of Maryland Global Campus because we're a school for real life. An accredited state university, UMGC lets you earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and relevant life and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer affordable tuition and online and hybrid courses. Classes start August 13th. Apply now and save with no application fee. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by SCHEV.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at tra.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody. Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
8:35, Kayal and Company on a Tuesday morning. Let me do a little math here. 25 to the top and then 35 minutes away from Fight Club. But right now, the cut sheet continues.
Dun, dun, dun. Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. I'm here.
I hear you.
Chuck Todd, 14, Phil.
The Chuck
said that he has a real problem with interviewers booking Hunter Biden after he trashed Democrats.
Because he said something you don't like, we just don't no longer acknowledge or book somebody?
Oh. Roll the Chuck story.
I have no interest in what he has to say.
Why is he in a hotel?
For a couple reasons. Number one,
dude, like Don't show.
He's not the candidate. He wasn't on the ballot.
Oh boy.
Anything he says in defense of his father, I don't know whether it's true or not, but it doesn't matter. He's a son defending his father. And my guess is he's going to defend him to the hilt. So I just kind of think, I take every one of his pieces of anger and criticism, and I just sort of chalk it up to, yeah, he's defending his dad and he loves his dad. I have a real problem with the folks that are booking him.
Uh-oh.
If you've chosen to book Hunter Biden, you've chosen to book spectacle.
Oh boy.
You're not interested in, and the two interviews that have gone viral were both designed to get attention.
Yep.
Not to surface new facts. Not to give you a better understanding of what may have happened. It was just, let's give him a platform to settle some scores that maybe he wants to settle.
Yeah, so what's wrong with that?
Yeah, or he's going to defend his dad, which I would expect him to do, and also simultaneously nuke and barbecue those around his father that maybe he didn't like for a variety of reasons, including Schumer, Obama, Pelosi, whoever else. I can't even recall the names of all the people that he torched in that interview setting. But to me, if you're in the game of generating engagement and wanting something to be consumed, why would you not bring on Hunter Biden? Hunter Biden has been one of the most talked about figures that had nothing specifically directly to do with elected officials. Now, certainly the engagement overseas and doing his dad's dirty work. But Hunter Biden, I mean, my God, how far down would you put Hunter Biden on the Biden administration talkable power rankings?
Yeah.
There was Joe. There was Hunter.
Mm-hmm.
There's Kamala.
Mm-hmm.
There's the Binder.
Mm-hmm.
There's Mayorkas. I mean, Hunter's easily top 5.
Easily. And by the way, like, you don't need, it's just, sometimes it just makes for good TV or good radio. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, I want to hear him unleash. I want to hear him unload. And like, who are you, sanctimonious piece of garbage?
Yeah, the audacity of that guy to tell us what should be deemed reliable content.
I have a problem with the bookers. Well, you were on Meet the Press in one of the most low-rated times of its history. Yep. So stop with that. Maybe you should tell the bookers that maybe they should have booked people like Hunter Biden instead of, boring Democrat hacks.
Goes back to the theme of the big take today. Is it a gift or a grift with Chuck Todd? I think it's a grift.
Steve Bannon was on PBS, and I always like when people call out their network and stuff to their face.
Wait a minute. Steve Bannon was on PBS?
Yes, Frontline on PBS, yeah.
What's next? Steve Bannon's going to be on Colbert?
That would be funny.
I love when, kind of like I did at 810, I like when people criticize their own network or criticize their sister stations. It makes for more interesting TV and radio. But yeah, he went on PBS to criticize PBS. Roll it, Phil.
Can't let these radical judges do it, and this is going to be a showdown. It has to be a showdown.
And the rhetoric about the judge, because a lot of lawyers say, all of the rhetoric, calling for impeachment, the radical left lunatic, that this rhetoric, that's not the type of thing the president should say. He should appeal. He should abide by the court ruling and not.
Listen, by the way, was there any complaint from PBS or was there any complaint by the Democrats on the rhetoric used against the judges when the Roe v. Wade decision came out and they had to have police protection at their houses? I don't remember anything about the rhetoric being too high. You guys are so phony on the face of it. This is why we're defeating the left. The American people, as they see this, they go, these guys are a bunch of lying scumbags, which you are, a bunch of lying scumbags. You try to terrorize Supreme Court justices over a decision that didn't go your way.
Oh my
God.
Yeah, baby.
Right to
Give
PBS.
it to him. Ooh.
Big Bird just
soiled
perspired.
himself. Yeah.
Ooh, my stars.
Yeah. Oh my.
I don't like Steve Bannon.
Jimmy, grab that. So that's PBS. I guess we can rule out him being on NPR later this week.
Oh my God.
Just imagine that.
Man, who was the lady who was the CEO? Catherine Marr?
Yeah,
she must have had a rough night.
She must have had
She
a rough
poured
night.
a double.
Oh man.
But who was it? It was Chris Matthews said basically that Trump is like a manly man and he's strong.
Yeah, strong leader.
You know what I mean? And that we want manly men. We like manly men.
Yeah.
Thank you.
What's what I've been saying on this show for months and months and months.
Nick wants manly men.
Name me, I would love a manly man. For the right, I mean, I've already said I would leave my wife for Tom Homan.
Jesus.
I'm not kidding. Tom Homan and I together, beautiful, swanky, palatial estate, 4,000 square feet. I'm in. As long as it comes with a golf membership, I'll do it. I'll suck it up. Think about that. I've said this many times on the show. Give me a masculine Democrat right now in office that they can trot out that even rivals Trump.
But they're lifting weights, Nick.
But they're lifting weights. and Trump, and look, nobody's going to mistake Trump being built for Adonis or Lou Ferrigno. I mean, but he plays golf. Yeah, he uses the terminology. He talks like a guy talks.
He uses hairspray.
He uses hairspray, fake tan, the whole bit. But I mean, right now, the most. Let's forget this for a second. Forget AOC. Forget these other people in the polls. Gavin Newsom somehow leading the way at 14%, trailing J.D. Vance at 28%. Forget Kamala. You forget the no-namers like the Westmores, the Andy Bashirs. Right now, if you were to come up with the most masculine male ticket for 2028, and it's slim pickings, but I thought about this last night. It would have to be.
Nick was thinking about who is the manliest man in the Democrats.
As my mother-in-law is stomping around like a foot soldier and I'm sleeping in the basement, I hear her boom, 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 boom. By the way, my in-laws, they all walk like they're in the military.
Oh, boy.
They're not on the balls of their feet, they're on their heels. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, it's just awful.
My house.
Yeah, I just stop. And my daughters, they're 10. They want to run everywhere they go. From the bathroom to the kitchen, they run. You're 10. Walk. The kitchen's not going anywhere. You're going to be there in 8 more seconds. Anywho. The most manly masculine ticket for the Democrats, and again, it's slim pickings, would be a Pennsylvania combination of Josh Shapiro and John Fetterman.
Josh Shapiro is manly?
I said it was slim pickings. It's not Gavin.
Stacey Garrity has more
Yeah.
cojones than those two put together.
It's not Mayor Pete. It's not J.B. Pritzker.
Jelly Belly.
It's not Jiggly Belly.
Oh, Jiggly Belly.
I like Jelly Belly better because it rhymes, but Farish has coined it Jiggly Belly. That's the best you could do right now with Democrats.
Yeah.
I mean, and I'm saying Shapiro merely because every now and then he sounds like Obama.
Mm-hmm.
And, Fetterman at least looks the part, like a Carhartt and a beard.
Fetterman, I would say, would be their best bet. Yes, I do agree with that. All right. So yesterday, when Trump was in Scotland, he was asked. He did the free form, the free flowing questions, just taking questions about anything, which I guess is like. I guess you have to admire, right? I mean, he's whatever you want to ask me, Epstein, whatever, cool. Let it go.
It's the opposite of the last administration. That's for sure.
Let's see. And then Epstein obviously came up. Cut 7 here. Let's start with cut 7.
You have said that you have not been briefed on the Epstein files, or your name has not appeared in the Epstein files. But doesn't the AG have to tell you if your name is...
Well, I haven't been overly interested in it. It's a hoax that's been built up way beyond proportion. I can say this, those files were run by the worst scum on earth. They were run by Comey, they were run by Garland, they were run by Biden and all of the people that actually ran the government, including the auto pen. Those files were run for 4 years by those people. If they had anything, I assume they would have released it. The whole thing is a hoax.
So again, if you look at the timeline and when he was, in his circle in social settings, when you look at when he banned him from Mar-a-Lago, when you look at the time of the arrest of Epstein, the more I think about it, and we're ranking the most heinous acts attached to Epstein down to just being in his circle of friends. The most horrific thing you could have done is committed these acts against these minor females, right? That's the most horrific thing. Then the second most thing in the court of public opinion is having stepped foot on the island. Then the third thing would be on his plane. The fourth thing would be just being in his circle. So if you've never been anything above either in his circle or on a plane with him, basically, if you've never been to the island and you certainly didn't commit the most awful, unforgivable acts, I can understand why, from when he says specifically in that soundbite, I don't think about it a lot, or I haven't thought about it a lot. I understand why you would say that. I mean, in the scheme of life, if you were never guilty of, and you know whether or not you were there and you partook. Well, how is that, Dawn? Partaken? I can't get it right. I have CTE too. If you didn't do, yeah. So if you didn't do any of that, I can understand why he would say that.
Partaken?
Partaken.
Well,
Somebody will let me know when you do.
Somebody who cares.
But by the way, that was only 44 seconds. He went on like a. I think it was.
I have more. Relax.
I know. Well, I played in the big take this morning. He went on like a two plus minute ramble session where, and then he got into Biden and Harris, and I'm just like, this is where
land the plane, homie.
Yeah, I would say just tighten it up because you're even losing. And I'm not criticizing him from what he's saying. Is it's like, oh, don't say that, don't go there. Like, I have a pretty good attention span, and even then, I'm just like, where are we going with this?
Well, then they do those baby.
Point,
what?
Sorry.
What'd you say?
I said some say that's a point, Nick.
Could be.
They do those baby videos of it.
Yeah,
it was hysterical.
Oh, dude,
oh my god,
the baby video with Trump on the island with, I don't know what island this is, but you see Michelle and Barack on the ski-doo or the jet ski, and Trump's got a megaphone and he's shouting he says Barry and Big Money. I'm such an infant.
It's just, they are silly though. They're funny.
Oh, I can't tell.
He also said that he never had the pleasure of going to Epstein Island.
He was being sarcastic, Greg.
Cut 8. I'm just.
Can you settle that? What was it about? What caused the breach?
That's such old history. Very easy to explain, but I don't want to waste your time by explaining it. But for years, I wouldn't talk to Jeffrey Epstein.
Is this 8 or 9?
I wouldn't talk because he did something that was inappropriate.
Oh, this is interesting.
He hired help.
Yes. This is
and I said, don't ever do that again. He stole people that work for me. I said, don't ever do that again. He did it again. And I threw him out of the place, persona non grata. I threw him out, and that was it. I'm glad I did, if you want to know the truth. And by the way, I never went to the island, and Bill Clinton went there supposedly 28 times.
So the falling out has to do with him pilfering Trump's employees? Yeah. I always thought it was the fact that that Epstein made an unwanted advance toward a female.
No, we never knew. It might have been that too.
Okay.
I mean,
that's what he's saying now.
Virginia Jeffrey came from Mar-a-Lago.
Okay.
So.
Wait, the one that
Virginia Jeffrey,
the one that committed suicide,
came from Mar-a-Lago. Yes, she was an employee at Mar-a-Lago.
Maybe that's who he's referencing there. I don't know. I don't keep up with these.
The story of how they've fallen out has gone through a lot of, because yes, Nick, you're correct in that there has been.
We were never given details.
There was a real estate deal gone bad was one. There's the fact that Trump really knew what Jeff Epstein was up to, so he cut ties with him. And then this one is a new one where he stole employees from him. I don't know.
It's a bad
new
vibe.
one. It's a new one.
It's just I think he just had a bad vibe on him. That's what it sounds like. But we never knew. This is, to my knowledge, the first time he gave a specific. He personally gave a specific example of it.
Yeah, agreed. I guess we don't have that other clip. It's fine. But yeah, just roll this. This might be a longer version of this.
Would have had something that would have used it.
And people keep writing stories like the time he threw him out of Mar-a-Lago. Can you settle that? What was it about? What caused the breach to begin?
That's such old history.
This is a longer version of.
Very easy to explain, but I don't want to waste your time by explaining it. But for years, I wouldn't talk to Jeffrey Epstein. I wouldn't talk because he did something that was inappropriate. He hired help. And I said, don't ever do that again. He stole people that work for me. I said, don't ever do that again. He did it again. And I threw him out of the place, persona non grata. I threw him out, and that was it. I'm glad I did, if you want to know the truth. And by the way, I never went to the island, and Bill Clinton went there supposedly 28 times. I never went to the island, but Larry Summers, I hear, went there. He was the head of Harvard. And many other people that are very big people. Nobody ever talks about them. I never had the privilege of going to his island. And I did turn it down, but a lot of people in Palm Beach were invited to his island. In one of my very good moments, I turned it down. I didn't want to go to his island. Yeah.
Next time you speak to my
There you
All right, so the Harvard's a new twist. I've never heard that before.
Yeah, that's been out there. Ivy Leagues
Oh.
and MIT too.
Okay.
The connection between the donations to some exclusive higher education facilities like Harvard, MIT. There were a few named.
What year did he cut Epstein off? Was it 07?
I believe so.
And
I've heard
what-
different years.
Okay.
So I don't want to misspeak. 07, 08-ish was when he officially, Epstein cut that deal.
And Wall Street Journal says that letter for the 50th birthday, that was from 03, because I recall 22 years ago being the number.
Yeah.
So there's allegedly a letter from 03, and then there's the cutting off in 07. Then there's the federal prosecutions or the state of prosecutions that Dawn, you always talk about in 2008 in Florida. Then the arrest comes in 2019, coming off that plane.
No, or
was that 2022?
He died and he killed himself
in 19.
In 29.
It looks like
I can't keep
Trump
track of this.
banned Epstein from Mar-a-Lago 2004-ish, mid 2004.
Okay.
That's the word.
And when did Virginia Jeffrey work for Mar-a-Lago? I'm just.
What did she do?
Work at Mar-a-Lago? I don't know. I don't know. But was she was underage, wasn't she? So what did she do at Mar-a-Lago?
I have more questions than answers on these. I don't know.
Speaking of Bill Clinton, what's his name here? This is.
That's a poll question. Who's next to go, Clinton or Ric Flair?
Actor Kevin Spacey claims that Bill Clinton flew on Jeff Epstein's plane numerous times with young girls. Because Kevin Spacey's been named in this too, by the way.
Well,
but he wants
he doesn't like young girls.
Well, that's a good point.
He's kind of a damaged witness.
He also he wants it to be released too. Like he wants the Epstein files to be released.
Oh, he does.
Yeah, roll this.
Interesting.
I was very fortunate that President Clinton introduced me a lot of business leaders in London because he knew I was coming to the Old Vic. Do you know who I never asked for anything? Was Jeffrey Epstein. I didn't want to be around this guy because I felt he put the president at risk on that trip to South Africa because there were these young girls. And we were like, who is this guy? So I will say this.
There were young girls on those flights?
There were young girls on those flights, yeah. And that's been out. They've talked about it. But here's my point. There's a big difference between not remembering that I met some guy and some woman on a humanitarian trip where my focus was entirely on what we were there to do and not remembering whether I went to somebody's island. So I never went to Jeffrey Epstein's island. I did not know him, and I never saw him or her after that morning at Buckingham Palace. He didn't even come to Buckingham Palace.
Is it true that Prince Andrew sought your assistance and wanted you to testify that Ghislaine Maxwell was your guest, not his, during that Buckingham Palace tour?
I heard a report about that, but at no time did anyone ever contact me on his behalf. And as I say, I'm not friends with him. I never saw him after that day.
What do you think about what's happened to him?
I don't know anything about it. I'm not going to talk about someone else's scandal, you know.
Russia, so they've settled on car. Guy's had his own stuff. We go down to 2017. He had that whole sexual abuse accusation and harassment. I think he was ultimately found not liable 3 or 4 years ago, but I don't know. Very creepy guy. But I try to be consistent. You know, you don't have to.
Great
like
actor though.
Oh,
great actor.
You ever see him in 21?
Oh, of course. Yeah, it's a great movie.
Hard counting movie.
Yeah, it's a great movie. But yeah, he's a creep.
Yeah, he gives me bad vibes.
There's zero. You know, when he's like the creep in what was that movie he was in, American Beauty, right?
Yes.
With Mira Sorvino. And he played a creep. Like you were like, that's not far off from actual Kevin Spacey, in my opinion. But to Dawn's point,
the allegations are by underage young men,
yeah,
or boys, teen boys.
Word is that homie doesn't, really like chicks too much. But
Virginia Giuffre, her dad worked as a custodian at Mar-a-Lago, and her dad got her when she was in high school a part-time job working at Mar-a-Lago.
In high school.
Gotcha. As like a part-time
waitress
job. Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. Interesting, right?
Yes.
I mean, just putting everything out there, just interesting to me. I think, let me see if there's anything else on the, Let's go to 15 here. This is Dave Ehrenberg. He says, we talked a lot about yesterday about the Ghislaine Maxwell being charged or being given immunity. Could she be given a pardon? This is what he said about all of that and the fact that she was charged with perjury in 2020. Roll this.
Between the two seemed rather murky at this point.
And Dave, here's the critical detail that Maxwell's lawyer slipped in about what she said to Todd Blanche. Let's watch that.
I will say this. She has been treated unfairly for the past 5 years. Wow. She didn't get a fair trial. No prosecutor even mentioned her until Epstein died. So we feel that the process for Ghislaine has been unfair. She literally answered every question. She was asked maybe about 100 different people. She answered questions about everybody, and she didn't hold anything back.
Look, we have all heard Trump say that he...
Yesterday I said this is a lose-lose for Trump on the whole pardon or immunity front with Maxwell. If you do it and you grant it and you offer it and she accepts, you're letting a child trafficker off the hook in theory. If you decline it, it's as if you have something to hide and you don't want to hear what she has to say. To me, there's no question that she was a trafficker, and I'm at the belief now that I'm not offering her anything of the sorts. I'll give her better facilities, maybe preferential treatment behind bars, but you're not getting back on the street.
The narrative is changing around her, which I'm watching with purient interest, because Alan Dershowitz was like, she's in jail for Jeffrey Epstein. It's just she's in jail for his crimes and that. And Greg Kelly on Newsmax is saying that she was framed, she was set up. All of this stuff. I'm just watching the narrative. Her lawyer, obviously your lawyer is going to say that, but like her lawyer saying, well, it wasn't a fair trial. It was this, that. And I'm just interested to see how the narrative changes.
But if I recall,
Maxwell.
Dawn, you had said that there was plenty of witnesses that testified of her role as a recruiter.
Yes.
Right? Yeah, she's not. She wasn't staged. She wasn't set up.
No, there were witnesses who testified against her in her trial. She is a convicted, human trafficker, sex trafficker of and these were underage girls. Mm-hmm. Just looking back at the relationship here. So I just want you to think about this, since Greg said, think about what happened, the Mar-a-Lago connection. So Trump hires Virginia Giuffre's dad as a manager of all the custodians to run maintenance, as a maintenance manager overseeing. Hires him. Then Giuffre, there was a broken home situation, there was something going on with her mom. She goes to live at age 14 with dad. Dad is raising her and is close to her. At age 17, that's when she's working at Mar-a-Lago, I guess under the supervision of her dad. And that's when Ghislaine Maxwell spots the young Virginia and offer at Mar-a-Lago, while working under dad's supervision, and now Ghislaine Maxwell lures away the 17-year-old to work for Jeffrey Epstein. And so was she, in fact, the one that the dad then went to Trump and was upset about this? I have no idea, just putting two and two together with what Trump just said.
Yeah.
I have no idea, but I'm just giving you the timing.
Sure.
That was my point with all that.
I thought it was, so.
Yeah. All right, we have to break, but I want to play on the other side. We have Fight Club, so I actually have to get a fight. So Fight Club coming up at 9:10.
Well, you should have plenty to pick from. Ed Durr's given us enough till Christmas.
Also, a woman complains about something on the beach, and I want to get all of your take on this, because this is something that sticks in my craw as well. I want to see how you feel and how the audience feels, because this is the greatest audience in radio. But we should take a break first. Right, Nick?
Yeah, I thought you were going to throw a break. Yeah.
All right,
it's Kayal and Company.
Thank you.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
When my business was taking off, our old phone system just wasn't cutting it. We needed fewer missed calls, more flexibility, and better visibility into customer conversations. That's when I found OpenPhone.
OpenPhone is the all-in-one system for small businesses and growing teams. Manage multiple numbers from one device. Work seamlessly as a team with shared numbers. and stay organized with AI-powered call transcripts, summaries, and next steps, so nothing gets missed and your team responds faster. OpenPhone integrates with tools you already use, like Slack, HubSpot, and Zapier, so everything's connected and efficient.
Having tried just about every relevant small business phone system, OpenPhone is truly in a league of its own. It's now essential to how we run our business, and I couldn't be happier with the value it brings.
See why over 60,000 businesses trust OpenPhone. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. openphone.com/FREE.
When someone's AC is on the fritz or drains are just not draining at all, like at all, Horizon Services never asks, how soon do you need it fixed? You know why? Because no one in recorded history has ever said, oh, take your time, just whenever you can get to it. We just assume how fast can you get here will always be the answer. So Horizon will be there same day, and we won't leave until you're 100% satisfied. See? Sometimes it's good to assume. It gets your AC fixed fast. Book today at horizonservices.com.
Get ready for
your workouts will
stay tuned for.
Are you tired of?
You can skip a lot of things in life, but not everything. With Citizens, get the advice and tools you need to financially handle all of life's unskippable moments. So you're ready for your best friend's wedding, a broken down car, your kid getting into their dream school, and every expense in between. From making a plan to staying on track, make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
Seems like back to school happens earlier each year.
First day of school coming in hot.
And this year my kids had massive supply lists.
Folders, notebooks, and pens. Oh, the humanity.
But Staples had everything I needed, with some items just 25 cents.
Watch the small print.
No. My back to school budget was saved by Staples Easy Button.
Everything for school, in stock and as low as 25 cents. Staples.
That was easy.
In-store, online, and on the app. In 823 while supplies last.
Pro Savings Days are back at Lowe's. Right now, get a 4-piece GE kitchen suite for under $2,000. Plus, get a free DeWalt 20-volt Max XR 8-amp-hour battery when you buy a select DeWalt tool. Save big with deals that work as hard as you do. Shop Pro Savings Days in-store or online today. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 8/1. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Discount taken at time of purchase. See sales associate for details.
We didn't take to retirement like we thought we would.
We got bored.
So I thought I'd book a trip to Italy to celebrate retiring.
We didn't speak Italian.
We didn't then. We do now. Because of Babbel.
Babbel is the refreshingly easy-to-use app for learning a new language. With more than a dozen languages to choose, Babbel uses immersive lessons to teach you vocabulary and grammar in a way that sticks.
We set a goal for 15 minutes per day.
That's all we needed.
And Italy was just...
Bellissima.
That means beautiful.
In Italian.
From interactive lessons led by experts to conversation tips on real-life topics, Babbel's revolutionary teaching style keeps language in your head and easy to remember. Celebrating 15 million subscriptions sold. Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios, powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Are you looking to hire? ZipRecruiter finds the best candidate for your job fast. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
You can now tune in to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Hi, everybody. Fourth and final hour underway. Hello, everybody. 9:05. It's a Tuesday morning. It's Kayal and Company. Nick, Dawn, Greg, Jimmy, Phil, and Bobby just hanging out. Fight Club.
And Bobby.
I love that Bobby drop. Fight Club in 4 minutes time.
4 minutes.
We continue with the cut sheet.
All right. I'll get to the beach thing, but we need more than 4 minutes. So,
okay.
Dawn, I need more than 4 minutes.
I'm
fast. Also, Trump was taking questions yesterday, and the big story that's been going around is the starvation in Gaza. I don't know if you guys have been following this.
The humanitarian crisis.
Humanitarian crisis. Are the pictures real? Are they not? Trump breaking from his buddy Netanyahu yesterday.
Yes, significant.
Very significant. This is a very significant clip. This is 4. Roll it.
Going to be working with the United States. We'll be helping with the food. We have a lot of access to food. We got a lot of food ourselves, and we're going to bring it over there. We're also going to make sure that they don't have barriers stopping people. You've seen the areas where they actually have food, and the people are screaming for the food, and they're 35, 40 yards away, and they won't let them because they have lines that are set up. And whether they're set up by Hamas or whoever, but they're very strict lines, so we have to get rid of those lines. But we're going to be getting some good, strong food. We can save a lot of people. I mean, some of those kids that's real starvation stuff. I see it. And you can't fake that. So we're going to be even more involved. We did some airlifts before, some airdrops, and the people are running for it. And the Prime Minister is going to help us. They're very effective with that. You've done that before, and for many, they've done that for 100 years very well. So it's not very hard to do, actually.
I think he's very frustrated with Putin. I think he's very frustrated with Bibi. I think he's very disgusted by the whole Middle East situation for sure. Remember, before he got on, Trump Force One a few weeks ago, he said this.
They don't know what the they're doing.
He's pissed off, and I'm actually a little surprised that, and that's why I played it for you in the big take today, that even though we have these two global conflicts still going on, Americans that were polled still trust the GOP on foreign policy matters over the Democrats. +3 and +8 were Fox and the Wall Street Journal per Harry Enton. But this to me is one of these things where this is a guy that was, when you look at his platform, you didn't have to get far down the list before you got to the two wars that started while Biden was president. But I do think it is, you could say, well, he said on day one, I'm going to have a peace deal. We all know that that's politicking. But the fact that it's gone this far on both fronts, I'm surprised. But you can only do so much. Like, Dawn, yesterday you said they brought the sanctions against Russia, 50 days? They brought it down to, 10 to 12 days?
12 days from yesterday, so I guess we're at 11 days right now.
Okay. But it's not like he can wave the magic wand and have two combatants with Russia, Ukraine, and two combatants with Hamas and Israel, and then all of a sudden all four of them are like, yeah, you know what? Long-lasting peace. Sounds good. Thank you, Mr. Trump. Why didn't you spray the pixie dust all over us before? Right?
Well, I think the reason he said what he did and changed that deadline is a few things, but remember, he's emboldened. I know we talked about this yesterday, but I'll just headline it if you weren't with us, and where were you? That we said, that as you guys always say, but he felt emboldened by this huge EU deal because they are committing to buying energy from us. And so that's a game changer because, as we know, especially Germany, but the EU has been buying all this oil and fuel from Russia. And so now, because of the deal and strengthening our economy and our business relations, with Europe and the rest of the world.
You hit Russia in the wallet with oil purchases.
Yep.
Well, I think he knows.
Supply and demand, right?
Maybe he said this yesterday. I've seen so many clips, they all blend together at this point. But didn't he say yesterday that he realized that Putin's not going to budge anyway? So, honestly, he could go from 50 to 11 days. He could go down to 1 day.
Yep. Yeah. And to your point, and he said it yesterday, this 5,000, soldiers dying. And so you think about the regular, it's unthinkable. So I think he's thinking Putin says one thing, he does whatever he wants. He's not going by the deal. I've got him by the you-know-whats with the oil now purchased between Europe and the USA. And so the other piece I'm going to say to you as far as Gaza, looking at the headlines, even the past 24 hours, it was Epstein, Epstein, Epstein. So the story today is Gaza experiencing real starvation. Even Donald Trump says so.
Yeah.
So the media who has, as we know, they've leaned to the side of what about Palestine and all of these headlines with Gaza, Gaza, Gaza. Now all of a sudden, Donald Trump says the children are hungry. Donald Trump even says, so now the media going with that story pushes Epstein out of the headline.
So I just wanted to piggyback off of what you were just saying. So Trump says that's real starvation about what's happening in Gaza. I see it, and you can't fake that because there's reports going around because you see all these children who look literally like they're on death's door, like they're just skin and bones, and they look emaciated. It's terrible.
There's no question.
There's no question. But they're saying that Hamas is very good at faking these, and some Palestinians are very good at faking these photos. Netanyahu takes the other side. This is cut 5, Phil. Benjamin Netanyahu, roll him.
There is no starvation in Gaza. We enable humanitarian aid throughout the duration of the war to enter Gaza. Otherwise, there would be no Gazans.
So there's no starvation in Gaza, according to Bibi Netanyahu, which is a, like you said, a big departure from what Trump is saying.
Well, a piece of this, and we know this, and this is really sick, that these terrorists and Hamas have been accused of taking the humanitarian aid for themselves or selling it or what have you, and restricting it, withholding it from the people who most need it.
Yep.
But what Trump is saying, to me, is I don't care what's going on, then drop more food. Drop so much food and do these drops. Drop so much food that nobody can intercept it.
Right.
And get rid of this. Yeah. It's over.
That's the same thing I say about the front desk when they do food drops. I don't want to intercept it. Get it back to the 1210 studios so the morning show can eat.
All right, Jimmy Kelly, take it away, pal.
Kayal and Company Fight Club.
You're looking for a fight.
I am looking for a fight.
Fights will go on as long as they have to.
We know fights equal rating.
You got knocked the out, man.
Fight Club on this Tuesday, sponsored by Tri-County Auto Group. 3 locations, 1 priority, you. Visit tricounty.com, tricounty.com. Come on, visit them today. Thank them for sponsoring. I know Sarah Weiss went into Tri-County Auto Group and thanked them for sponsoring Fight Club. We appreciate that. All that help, all the stuff that you can do for us really helps us out tremendously. You are our best resource for that. So thank Tri-County Auto Group for sponsoring Fight Club. Today, it's a wheelchair-bound crackhead beating up a two-legged drug addict.
Oh, man. This reminds me of the fight in Training Day with Snoop Dogg when he's in the wheelchair.
YouTube.com/@1210 WPHT. If you want to see this video, today's selection was by Gigi Gadget. Thank you, Gigi. You, Eder, Newman, Road Warrior, Chris Abolito. They've all been. Thank you, Eder. Yeah, there you go. They've all been great.
Buy his book. Here it is.
They've all been great contributors to Fight Club, and I appreciate it because.
Yeah.
Truth be told, I don't always have time to go look for fights, so I appreciate you guys doing that. All right, this is a wheelchair-bound crackhead and a two-legged drug addict fighting. Roll it, Phil. There we go.
Get it on.
There. Oh, down he goes. Down. Oh, look at that. Look at the guy in the wheelchair.
He got whipped down by the fanny pack because the fanny pack was around the neck.
Wow, look at that. Oh, and he has the fanny pack. Yep. His wheel is on the fanny pack.
Yep.
Oh,
his wheel is on the fanny pack.
Yep. See, self-inflicted wound. Fanny pack needs to stay around the waist. Oh, yeah.
And look how strong his arms are.
I know.
From the wheeling in the wheelchair.
Damn right. Neon green belt. No audio, huh?
Look, no, we didn't get it in time.
Okay.
Look at
it looks like
look at the filth. Oh, look at the filth all over the street.
Yeah.
It's almost like the man in the wheelchair, though.
Oh.
He just is trying to get him to stop attacking him, and then even make sure he's okay.
Yeah. Now, so the wheelchair man is not the drug addict. It's the guy that got just.
I'm just going by the description.
Okay.
I don't know either of these gentlemen,
he's
so I'm
bleeding
just
too. Yeah.
I'm just going by the description that I saw on YouTube.
Wonder if that's a local brawl.
I'm not sure.
But it appears that the other guy who's able, is attacking a man in a wheelchair and thinks he has the advantage.
Yep.
No.
Not so much.
No. When you've been confined to a wheelchair for a long time, you're much more savvy than people give you credit for.
Yeah.
You got to maneuver all throughout the place.
That is a great fight, by the way.
Yeah.
That is a great fight.
God bless him.
BPO.
He's able to fight off that guy.
BPO, when he's through insulting me, says, fight of the year. BPO, even though you insult me 90% of the show, I appreciate your comment. I agree that is the fight of the year.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
I would have liked to have heard what was being said there as long as we could play it without bleeping. I'm assuming there's a lot of expletives.
Yeah.
That's the problem with the fights.
I know.
Is if we don't get the audio, can't we just have a
uncensored?
No, well, that would be great, but stupid FCC. I would just like to see people fighting and not cursing.
Well, what's the fight? What's the fun of that?
It adds to the theater of the presentation here. Yeah.
It's always funny to see two crackheads going at it, allegedly.
So Phil didn't have time to do the censoring?
Well, no, that was my fault.
I was going to say,
I literally sent it to him during the last break.
So. I know he's got 8 shares and stuff. I just didn't know maybe if he was spending a lot of time giving the lesson in the back to our video guy that's training for when Phil's on vacation as to how you generate an 8 share.
Andrew Torres is the man. But yeah, no, that was completely my fault. Yeah. I take the blame for that because I didn't give it to him till 9 o'clock.
Yeah, 8 share's getting a bit of a big head these days. Right? You notice that? And he walks around here, he stomps his feet like my in-laws.
Jimmy Kelly got a call in the back that says NPR is now, and I don't know this to be true, but a caller said this, that NPR is now doing music on Saturday nights.
Oh, is that right? Well, then you know what, Phil? You keep that big head, pal, and you keep beating the crap out of them. Beat the stuffing out of them.
We'll get to the beach incident in 1 second because
glorious.
I want to get both of you. But Jalen Hurts is now endorsing Sprite.
Oh, he's got that and Window Nation.
He's the first NFL player to endorse Sprite. All
right.
Roll.
He doesn't endorse our president, but he'll endorse Sprite.
Roll Jalen.
All right, Jalen.
Hey, Jalen. Thurston A. Sip here. What's harder, picking plays or picking outfits? More ice in your veins or ice in your chains?
Next question.
If you gotta be twice as good, can you throw twice as far? Do you regret ordering the Branzino?
Who is this?
Jay Hurts. How many of these little hats do you own? Do you benefit from pretty privilege?
Jalen, hey!
Wait, you've always got a Sprite. Is that the key to your success?
Nah, but it tastes good. If you want to let your game do the talking, say less. If you want a refreshing drink, Sprite. Obey.
Jalen, what's easier?
Well, he's quite the spokesperson.
Giving 27 words in an ad or handing the ball off to Saquon Barkley 27 times a game?
Oh, my God.
I love Jalen.
You're gonna let that guy endorse?
It's right, man. Okay. Hey, by the way, I stumbled into a great cocktail with Sprite.
Who dis?
That's his brand.
Okay.
He's cute.
The Water Hazard drink. Highly recommend this.
What is that?
Water Hazard.
What's that?
I received it for the first time. I tried it at the golf course.
Yeah.
Tito's vodka, or any vodka for that matter. Vodka, blue Gatorade, and a splash of Sprite. Fantastic.
Oh, God.
Fantastic.
Is there anything you do that doesn't involve alcohol?
Look, you should be glad that my life revolves around preparing for this show, hitting a 7-iron, or having a cocktail. You never have to worry about Nick Cale
as long as you're
running the streets late at night like the Utes, getting in trouble.
As long as you're here at 6 a.m.
Ending up on the police blotter.
4 hours.
Dawn's News at 6:05.
4 hours a day from you is all I need. It's all I care about. What you do with the rest of your time is your business.
Here it is. Talk, nap, prep, drink.
In that order.
In that order.
Die.
Golf. Yes, and occasionally golf. Well,
by the way, Saquon Barkley is the Philadelphia Eagles' #1 top-selling NFL player in terms of merch.
Yep, as he should be. 2,000 yards last year.
All right, we have a beach dilemma. It's a perfect day to get into this because it's 98 degrees outside. We will get into all of this beach dilemma because you people know what I'm talking about. You people know what I'm talking about.
I can't believe we're arguing about this.
Dawn, talk to us about Piazza.
I'm going to talk about my friends from Piazza Auto Group. Yeah, I'm reporting live to you from the Piazza Auto Group studio, and I have some exciting news. Acura just named America's best value luxury brand, and that's in Kelley Blue Book's 2025 Consumer Choice Awards. What does it mean? It means cutting-edge tech, unmistakable style, all with long-term value you can trust. So from the sporty Integra to the all-new ADX, Acura delivers more for your drive and for your dollar. Visit them. Piazza Acura in Ardmore, Reading, or Westchester, or just go online, piazzaacura.com for all the special offers. Thank you, piazzaacura.com, Piazza, piazzaautogroup.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Oh, filing Form 2290 again? VINs, weights, EINs, what a nightmare.
Not with 2290.ai, the first AI-powered 2290 e-filing platform. Just snap or scan last year's Schedule 1 and hit submit, even if you're on the go.
Wait, with just a photo?
Yep. Our smart platform reads, validates, and files it in minutes. With real-time AI checks and instant Schedule 1 delivery, you can stay road ready and file fast.
Whoa, I just got my Schedule 1. Already?
That's right. Whether you're a solo hauler or running a fleet, smart truckers use smart tech. Just go to 2290.ai to snap or scan and submit. Anywhere, anytime.
Powered by ZenWork. Use code RADIO at checkout for 20% off your first filing. Only at 2290.ai. That's 2290.ai. With code RADIO at checkout for 20% off. 2290.ai.
When my business was taking off, our old phone system just wasn't cutting it. We needed fewer missed calls, more flexibility, and better visibility into customer conversations. That's when I found OpenPhone.
OpenPhone is the all-in-one system for small businesses and growing teams. Manage multiple numbers from one device, work seamlessly as a team with shared numbers, and stay organized with AI-powered call transcripts, summaries, and next steps, so nothing gets missed and your team responds faster. OpenPhone integrates with tools you already use, like Slack, HubSpot, and Zapier, so everything's connected and efficient.
Having tried just about every relevant small business phone system, OpenPhone is truly in a league of its own. It's now essential to how we run our business, and I couldn't be happier with the value it brings.
See why over 60,000 businesses trust OpenPhone. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. openphone.com/FREE.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. I want to tell you about my friend and my dentist, Dr. Mike Veneria. You know, for me, for my family, it's all about care. That's what matters most, and that's why my entire family goes to Dr. Mike Veneria. When it comes to a complicated dental procedure, for over 10 years in a row, Dr. Mike has been recognized as a master of complex, masterful dentistry. In fact, other dentists send their patients to him. Even other doctors have chosen Dr. Mike as their dentist. See, it's not about cost, it's about care. And you don't want to go to those chain dental offices, forget those. He has two very convenient locations for you in Cinnaminson and Woodbury. So go there and see him. He's the guy, and he's worth the drive no matter where you're coming from, because you don't want to go to the closest dentist. You want to go to the best dentist, the guy who cares. That's Dr. Mike Veneria, the best of the best. So make your appointment to see Dr. Mike today. If you already got an estimate for that dental implant, get a second opinion from Dr. Mike. It's worth doing. Just reach out to him at 856-786-2020 or veneriadental.com, VANARIA, veneriadental.com.
When you enter a place of business, you're owed a legal duty that the place of business is safe for you to shop in. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you suffered an injury at a place of business, our duty is to protect you after that harm. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.com.
Your official home of Penn State football and basketball is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Every Nittany Lions game, every play, all season on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Hey, daydreamer. Did we catch you thinking about your dreams? With Wells Fargo Premier, a team can help you plan for them. So let's imagine your biggest dream. Not the easy one, the one behind it. The one you work towards every day and every night. Can you see it? Then we can help you plan for it. Ready to start planning for your dreams? You can at wellsfargo.com/getpremier.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
This is Merrill Reese. When it comes to your roof, it's like football. Good planning is essential. That's why I've got a brand new gorgeous roof from Impriano Roofing. Jack Impriano and his 4 sons are a true family business, serving our area for 5 decades. Accountability plus. It's good to get a brand new roof from Impriano Roofing. Visit Impriano.com. That's Impriano.com. The best homes have an Impriano roof.
Keeping free speech alive. Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
Greg gives good cut sheet. Yes, he does. It's Kayal and Company.
Oh, my Lord.
Rolling on live on this Tuesday morning. Let's get to the bash at the beach, shall we?
So this is, I saw this yesterday, and I was just like, I can't believe we waited till 9:30 to do this, but, with all the breaking news last night, we had to. So this woman in Clearwater, Florida, is upset that she got to the beach early, and set up all of her stuff. You know how you do that? You go out at 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, whatever like that. You set up all your stuff, and then you leave.
Yep.
And then you come back.
Scouted out your spot. You put your blanket, your umbrella, maybe your chair down.
When she came back, she complained because the spot that she chose, somebody sat down right in front of her and put up one of those big cabanas, those tents.
So they didn't move her spot.
No.
They didn't disregard her stuff.
Nope. Rude or not, out of bounds or not, let's talk about beach etiquette. Roll this.
Okay.
Does anyone else think that this is obnoxiously rude?
Now look at the.
That's my chair.
Look at that. Look at that monstrosity.
You get to the beach, you set up early, unobstructed view, ready for a beautiful day, and within 2 hours, people come feet from where you are set up and set up right in front of you. And to top things off, they turn their music up way louder than yours so the whole beach can hear. I cannot believe this. I could never in a million years do this. Is this rude or not?
Rude or not, guys?
No, it's not rude. It's first of all, it's public space.
It's the beach.
It's the beach. I just expect people to be in front of me, to my right, to my left, and in front of me.
So this was a huge topic of conversation when I was on vacation a couple of weeks ago because those cabanas that you set up, they're not allowed at the beach that I go to. So we have them up, and we're immediately told to take them down. But we put them up. We put them up in the farthest part, so there can literally be nobody behind us.
Okay.
You know how they have the dunes and they have the we put them up literally against the dunes, so there can be
there's a boardwalk.
Yes, so there can be nobody behind us.
Yeah.
And we're still told that because it obstructs people's views.
What view? I mean, first of all, if you're letting your kid into the ocean, odds are you're going to walk down to the water to make sure they don't drown. And secondly, when you're laying down, odds are you're maybe closing your eyes, drifting off, maybe taking a nap, reading a book, drinking a Corona, whatever it might be. This is bitching for the sake of bitching when there's no justification to bitch.
Yeah,
I'm with Nick.
Yeah,
first of all, why are you just? She's all oiled up. She's laying out. You're too old to be laying out in the sun, lady. Okay, so put the sunscreen on, take a walk, and shut it.
And by her own admissions, she said 2 hours went by. I mean, you didn't get a front row
Well,
seat anyway. You didn't think somebody was going to go in front of you?
So that happened as well when I was on my sabbatical. This group of people set up at like 8 or 9 o'clock in the morning. They left. They come back. The woman who's checking for beach badges says, like, you can't just set up and leave for 3 hours and then come back.
And
I felt like
do it all the time.
I felt like saying, like, yeah, it's she can do whatever she
Well,
wants.
this is
to.
like putting a chair out on the street in South Philadelphia after you shovel out the spot. Right? You're not entitled to that spot.
Yeah.
By the letter of the law. Even though I think if you shovel a spot out, you should be here.
Just Phil, can you do me a favor? You don't have to play the video. Just play. Can you move it to the cabana? That is a monstrosity that they put up there.
It is, but they probably have kids.
What, do they go to Camping World?
Yeah.
I mean, my God.
Do you see it?
And by the way, that's safer than your own umbrella, which then
Thank
goes
you.
airborne.
Thank you. That was my wife's whole thing. She goes, umbrellas are the most dangerous thing. Like, we hear all the time about stories about people getting impaled with umbrellas.
Yeah.
These cabanas, nobody's been, they don't have any of the sticks, you know what I mean? So, like, there's no sharp objects.
Look at her. She's burning.
Dawn's focused on the skin cancer.
Yeah.
Her skin, and look at her décolleté, her chest.
Look at that.
Dawn sees pedophiles and skin cancer
I know.
everywhere.
Look at, look.
Take care of your skin, woman.
That is a giant setup.
But it has the screen, the see-through screen. They probably have a bunch of little kids.
Dawn, I don't agree with you. I love those cabanas. I absolutely love. My wife hates the sun.
Is it cooler in there?
Yes, because you're not in the blazing sun.
Okay.
But the one thing I will say about that, about that setup, I'm fine with them having it. They just need to be in the back part of the beach. They can't be up front like that.
Well, why do they? Why?
Why?
Why can't they?
Yeah, why? Who's there for a view? This is not a hotel balcony that you paid more money for.
I agree with
It's
Dawn
the
here.
beach. It's a public beach. Yeah. And so get your tuchus and go sit in front of them. And guess what? They're not going to care because they're just happy to be at the beach with their kids and their tent.
And where do you go for 2 hours? Where did she go to breakfast?
You know what? She's just negative energy.
I
She
don't
needs to
set-
laugh
yeah.
a little bit.
I don't set up that early either. I'm usually not setting up until at least 11:30.
And
then we sit down.
And you don't get a prime beach spot then,
That's
right?
fine. That's fine. Yeah, I go into the water for a little bit, up to my knees. So I start hearing the Jaws theme.
By the way, the Jersey Shore, the water temp's like 76.
Yeah,
It's
it's really warm.
It's been really
Beautiful.
nice this season.
Do we know which beach this is?
Clearwater, Florida.
Oh, that's right. You did say that.
Yeah. Which, by the way, Clearwater Beach, one of the nicest beaches I have ever been. It is gorgeous. The sand is white. The water is bluish, but it's a beautiful beach. It's an absolute. It's a long beach too. So.
Yeah, and I also think, so we go to Ocean City, which the beach is smaller, so we're kind of used to being like smushed in together with people. And so this lady, I think, is used to having the space or thinks she's entitled to it.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're from Seattle City, for example, oh my gosh, or Wildwood, those beaches are so big that you can spread out.
Yeah.
But in Ocean City, you're all smushed in there together. It's like you're all in it together. It's just a lot of fun.
Is it?
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Phil, put up a poll. Let me just give the results. Before you put up this poll, let me just give you the results of the last one. So, should that Little League coach have been fired? We played that earlier. 84% said no, which is the correct answer. Now, the new poll question. Rude or not? Rude or not? The giant tents obstructing people's views on the beach. Rude or not? Vote yes or no. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. All it says is rude or not. If you're watching or listening, you know what the question is. Start voting. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. The voting should be hot and heavy for this.
You know what I do think is rude at the beach?
What?
Are the smokers that put their cigarette butts out in the sand.
No, that's hideous.
That has bothered me since I was a kid.
Yep.
It's just awful. Just awful.
Yeah. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Go there and vote now. Please hit the like and subscribe buttons while you're there. Should we do this?
It's the Big 3 and 9 on Kayal and Company.
That's what I have for, by the way.
Big 3 at 9. Well, President Trump speaking out yesterday, discussing more about feeding the starving children in the Gaza Strip. It's a huge headline as an international outcry has mounted over the rising number of people dying or hungry. And since Trump made that comment, this has gone viral. So a huge story this morning, if you're just joining us, and where have you been?
We started at 6 a.m.
We talked, just updating you and reminding you, we talked a lot about the Epstein case, which is less in the headlines this morning than I've seen it in the past week or so. But this is Ghislaine Maxwell, former girlfriend of Jeffrey Epstein and obviously convicted sex trafficker, among other things. So now her appeal before the Supreme Court of the United States, it is now a pending appeal whether or not SCOTUS should overturn her sex trafficking conviction, claiming she was actually covered by a deal that was made, an agreement that was made with Epstein back in the day, made with federal authorities that shielded her from the prosecution. That's her claim. So,
God.
I know.
This is the story that will never go away.
I know.
And not only will it never go away, we will never get pure mass satisfaction with whatever does come out, if anything does come out.
This is true.
By the way, the voting on this, rude or not, is hot and heavy. Roseanne Z says rude. RTJ says it's a beach, not a campground. How about that?
Why are you permitted a certain spot on a campground? I've never camped in my life.
No, but what they're saying is that why do you need a giant tent like that? It's a beach, not a campground. That's what RTJ is saying on the YouTube chat. Go vote there right now. Voting is hot and heavy. I can see it. And it's going back and forth, which I think is interesting. Sorry, Don.
And our number 3, reportedly, and I'm seeing this, that reportedly Eagles camp, as we now have, our Philadelphia Eagles, they've been practicing, but reportedly they're truncating this because of the heat. That's one of the reports. Due to the heat.
I saw the high schools in the last 10 years have developed this heat acclimation period where they begin training camp with a slow build so you don't have, heat stroke or anything like that. Interesting. Back in the day, that we just would drink water out of a trough. Heat acclimation period.
Well, you also, would take head injuries and say, you just got your bell rung, get up.
Yeah. I mean, jeez. Here's an idea. Drink lots of water, you'll be fine.
Wow.
Well, I think part of it, from what I'm seeing, and this is the word out there because of the stifling heat, but that because of the code orange alert, the heat dome. And earlier Nick said we could have an iron dome, not a heat dome. We had that conversation, but seriously, because of the pollution and the particulates that are being held by the heat in the air that we're breathing, that's part of the reason that they're watching all sports activities and outside activities across the region. That's your number 3. That's your big 3.
All right, Don. Thank you very much.
Go
Go ahead.
Go there and vote right now. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT, rude or not. It's going back and forth. And by the way, the YouTube chat, very split on this. Very split. A lot of people saying, yeah, it's very rude. And if they're going to set up like that, then they should do it like I did, up against the dune so you're not obstructing anybody's view.
Now, you don't have the big tent, though, right?
No, we have a cabana. Like it's a big cabana
Really?
that we have. Yeah,
Okay.
because my wife hates the sun. She doesn't want a skin
Right.
cancer.
See,
we have
his beautiful skin.
We have a young son who we don't want to get sunburned. So yeah.
But we don't know the context of that, big monstrosity of a tent that's set up. I mean, you only have one child. What if this family has 4 kids?
Guys, you're missing the point. It's not about the size of it. They can have as big as they want to. It's about where they placed it. It's the fact that they set up right in front of everybody. That's what I think. That's what this woman objected to.
But part of the reason is, thank you, Nick, is that I think families, whether you have one child who's going to run you ragged and you cannot take your eyes off of a little guy like your son's age.
That's why you put a leash on.
As you know, you literally, so you can't. So you're always, head on a swivel because they move so fast. I'm describing Greg Stocker's life.
Oof.
So it's really great if you have a couple of kids to be close enough to the water where, they can play in the sand, then they can run to the water's edge. They can scoop up the water to make their little sandcastle thing. So I'm like, it's a family. She's by herself.
I just don't recall ever sitting or lounging at the beach and just staring out at the ocean nonstop and saying, Boy, I hope my view's not obstructed, or this is a good view,
Yeah.
or I wish I had that view.
She's just looking for something to nitpick,
Right.
which is why she's there by herself.
Yeah, social media has become the sounding board for first world problems.
Wow, the voting is hot and heavy, and it's close, too. Get on over to YouTube right now and vote. YouTube.com/@1210 WPHT. Somebody said Nick is clueless about what's going on in society.
I have no idea. Look at me. You know I don't know.
Nick, just to trigger you, the longest Eagles can practice is 2.5 hours.
That's plenty of time.
So
Shouldn't even be more than 2, to be honest.
Yeah, it barely surpasses 75 minutes because of the heat.
Yeah. These pros, they're fine. They're not getting. It's the high school kids that you have to worry about. Yeah.
True.
These old school coaches. No water. Water's for weakness. Water's you're soft. Now, you got to have water, but.
I remember going to Eagles training camp like 20 years ago.
I loved it back in Bethlehem.
And when it was at Lehigh,
Yeah.
when I worked for the rock station, because we used to do stuff down there. And I remember John Runyon sat down for an interview, and he had just come off the field for training camp, and he gets up, and there was just a pool of sweat on the chair after he was gone.
How I am after the big take.
Because he was sweating. He was sweating so much. All right, we have to go.
All right, Kayal and Company, we continue. Bells and whistles next.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Get ready for a gift from Rescue Natural Supplements. It's their Christmas in July sale. That's right, the season of giving is making a summer comeback with huge savings. That means all health supplements will be slashed up to 50, 60, even 73% off site-wide. So treat yourself with savings. Heart Healthy Omega-3s, natural energy boosters, soothing digestive aids, and a lot more. To order, call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com, res-q.com. Again, don't miss Rescue's Christmas in July sale. Shop savings up to 73% off natural solutions from blood pressure, cholesterol, to energy and sleep. Rescue's got you covered. Stock up for summer. Unwrap the joy of a healthier you. It's all at res-q.com or call 800-262-5483.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind: to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my two sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-581-1414. That's 800-581-1414. 800-581-1414.
At Verizon, lock in a low price on the best 5G in Philly and be the best you. Check where your ride is for your trip into the office, get that almost impossible dinner reservation, and save big with Verizon while you do it all. Switch today and pay $50 a month for a single line. That's right, just $50 a month when you bring in your phone on unlimited welcome with auto pay plus taxes and fees. Stop by your nearest Verizon store today. $15 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming and 2G speeds. Rankings based on route metrics. Route score report dated 2H 2024. Your results may vary. Additional terms apply.
The savings are still hot at First Harvest Credit Union. Watch your money grow as you earn 4% annual percentage yield with a 7-month online-only share certificate. Or choose a 13-month share or IRA certificate and earn 3.85% annual percentage yield. Visit firstharvestcu.com/certificates to learn more about these great savings rates and our other savings options, like a First Harvest Growth Savings and Growth Checking account. Lock in higher earnings today. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com, and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household.
You can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
9:47 Tuesday morning, Kayal and Company, the Dawn Show, top of the hour. We will find out what she has lined up momentarily. Also, Phil Almquist, what occurred today in music history. Yes, the same Phil Almquist that puts up massive weekend numbers on Saturday nights, 11 p.m. to 1 a.m. Eastern. 8 Share himself.
Be careful, you might trigger somebody.
I wouldn't want to trigger any other host.
Oh, the one that
Never would I do that.
has a show every damn night?
Yes.
Yeah.
He's
I don't
not-
do the Radio Wars thing anymore. It's beneath me at this point.
Oh, I love it. I want all of my people fighting.
All right,
like
actually, you know that you say it.
No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
No, careful what you ask
kidding.
for.
I'm kidding.
Careful what
By
you
the
ask-
way,
We could faux fight.
By the way, this whole, kind of like you and I do, this whole beach thing has really divided the YouTube chat. It's really amazing to see.
Might have to do a big take on it tomorrow. Now I think about it. I'm all Epsteined out, to be honest.
Well, somebody said, I think it was Old Man Dudley, who said, you go to the beach for the sun and the surf, and yet you put up like a giant cabana to
Block it all out?
To block it all out. It's
Yeah.
actually, it's a decent point.
It is a good point.
It's a decent point.
Right.
But then somebody like Salt Queen. Wait, hang on. What's the? Sorry, you guys. Salt Queen. It's like you know, we do it to protect our kids. You know, if you have a lot of kids and you want to protect them from the sun.
Yeah.
So
Then stay in the hotel room.
Yeah, exactly. Just don't go out. If being out in public sucks so much, and I agree, a lot of times it does suck. That's why I don't, and that's why Greg doesn't leave. Greg never leaves his house.
When you have little kids and kids of all ages, so then one is going to get poofed out and they want to take their little nap.
Yeah.
So then what are you going to, so you know what I mean? They can sleep in there, but the other kids can play and you can get a minute.
Right.
I'm just saying.
You know, funny you say that. Beach, nap.
Oh, for God's sake! All right.
Or your husband. That's just
5
it.
minutes. He's off to
Nick is like my husband. Like it's my husband. It was always my husband, and one of the kids was napping
Hey,
in the tent.
I was going to say, by the way, does Larry Bear take a nap each day?
Oh, yeah.
now? Okay.
Absolutely.
So I'm not the only one.
It's like
okay,
another child.
All right, and how many,
for God's
yes.
and
sake!
how many minutes does he go down for? A good hour and a half?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh my Lord!
Yep.
Yeah.
Dawn, it's just me and you.
I know.
It's just me and you, darling.
babe.
Yep.
They got to have their snack.
Oh, for
They're like
God's sake.
panicked. They're like
Yeah.
panicked.
Exactly
Gotta have my
right.
snack and then I have to nap.
I need to be nourished. All right, Jimmy Kelly.
And now, the morning mystery movie clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I got pulled off an oil rig flown halfway around the world because you stole my drill design. Couldn't read the plans right. First of all, you got the flow system all reversed. Let me guess. You've been tearing up rotors and you can't figure out why. Yeah, that's right. Well, that's because your cams are all wrong, Mr. Wizard. Who's been operating this thing? What's your contingency plan? Contingency plan? Your backup plan. You gotta have some kind of backup plan, right? No, we don't have a backup plan. This is it. And this is the best that you could, that the government, the U.S. government can come up with?
Think you know what it is? Be caller 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
Oh, once again today, a pair of tickets to see Bryan Adams and the Roll with the Punches tour on October 29th at the Wells Fargo Center right here in Philadelphia. Tickets on sale at Ticketmaster.com. October 29th, Wells Fargo Center. How about that? Sixers will be mathematically eliminated from the playoffs at that point. Caller 12, 855-839-1210. By the way, no idea what that is in reference to.
That movie's... I'm not sure the references, but the movie has a good soundtrack.
I think it's in reference to me blowing a gasket on everybody stealing my YouTube idea and not giving me credit.
Okay. All right, fair enough. Best of luck. Caller 12, 855-839-1210. Bryan Adams tickets. Let's get to the music and H-Air himself.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, July 29th, we celebrate the birthdays of Geddy Lee from Rush, who's 72, and Simon Jones from The Verve, who's 53. Also, heavenly birthday shout out to John Sykes. We also lost Cass Elliott from the Mamas and the Papas on this day in 74. Sigscoot enters Sandman by Metallica in 91, and Night Train from GNR in 89. Also in 78, the Grease movie soundtrack was atop the album chart. In 73, Led Zeppelin played the best of the last of 3 nights at MSG, where they lost $203,000 in cash after a thief made off with the receipts from the first 2 shows. In 67, the Doors were atop the singles chart. In 84, Prince became the first person to have a #1 song and star in a #1 movie at the same time. In 61, Dick Clark presents his very first Caravan of Stars review at the Steel Pier in Atlantic City. And in 2011, Chuck Berry threw out the first pitch at the St. Louis Cardinals game on the same day his statue is unveiled in the city. But lastly, on this day in 74, Neil Peart made his debut as Rush's drummer. By the way, not on the first album. For Kayal Company, I'm Phil Omquist.
All right, Philip Omquist with a Tuesday installment of the music, and we have our winner already.
Wow.
Rochelle is in Woodbury, and Rochelle has identified the movie. Rochelle, what did we just play for you?
Armageddon.
Armageddon. Woo. Yeah. How's Bryan Adams tickets right around Halloween sound?
Oh, that sounds like great. Thank you.
You are welcome. Thank you. There she is, Rochelle in Woodbury. Knew exactly what Jimmy Kelly was up to, and now we find out what Dawn is up to in just about 6.5 minutes.
Yeah, so we're going to check in with our friend Meg Brock from the suburbs, turned journalist now, and works now for national publications. So we first met Meg during the pandemic when she just was a concerned mom in Bucks County, filed some freedom of information requests, has been in a court battle since then. So we'll get the update on what's going on with that Bucks County trying to conceal from a concerned mom, and her court battle has been ongoing. So we'll get the update there and the latest that she's doing. Closer to home, we'll look at this case of a couple in a Mercedes convertible followed home, the police update on that one. So talking to some of our favorite local law enforcement police chiefs. So we'll check in with them. Some great people being honored in our region as well, and some great events that I'm going to that I want to share with you. We got a lot to report on, whether it's Trump, locally, nationally. Man, there's so much breaking right now, so we'll take you there.
Just an update here. Rude or not, the YouTube chat, the YouTube poll, rude or not, 52% say no.
It's not rude.
48% say yes. So it is very close. We'll leave the voting up for another 5 minutes if you will, my friend.
That's right.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Go over there and vote now.
All right. The voting will continue on YouTube. The video component of all of our shows throughout the day will continue on YouTube. And when any other talk radio show or network or syndicated program decides to add video, just remember what you are doing is this.
They took a page out of my book.
But we do it better
when
anyway.
The market is unpredictable. Crash-proof retirement gives you certainty. In the face of volatility and illiquidity, the exclusive Crash-proof retirement system gives you liquidity, default protection, and value preservation, even amidst government shutdowns, natural disasters, and wars anywhere in the world. All of our over 6,000 Crash-proof consumers are protected, including Patty Pirantozzi from Lansdale, PA.
I would be happy to show anyone my actual statements. If they had a question about crash-proof retirement and how things work, I'm an open book. What we have done in the past year, 6% is interest that is credited to my account. You can see in black and white how this is my inception amount, this is where I am now, and this is my percentage.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Downingtown Country Club on August 20th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free